Hello, hello, my lovelies. Welcome, welcome in. Happy time zones. Happy Sunday. You may wonder what the background noise means. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Hi. I know I haven't streamed much the last couple weeks. We'll do a quick catch up because I must attend to the noise in the background. Hi. When on a string, thank you so much for the first time chat. Welcome, welcome in. I don't know if you hopped over from Discord, or Patreon, or YouTube, or Twitch recommended me to you, but welcome in. Ha ha ha. Hi. Hi. So, when was last stream? YouTube says 13 days ago, but there might be VODs that I just haven't copied over yet, in which case I hope they haven't expired. A week ago. Okay. Or longer. I don't know, Twitch says a week. Well, the decorator's gone. He's all gone, so no more noise all day, no more keeping my door open all day. I'm free to stream as normal once more. Why don't I sound super... Well, okay. Maybe let's look at the calendar chronologically. Let's go through. I think decorator finished on the 18th, and it stank for a couple days because of all the gloss that he'd put down. So, and because the gloss had been on my doorframe, I was not allowed to close my door because it would, like, you know, kind of would mess with the gloss. So couldn't record or stream for a few days after that. And then Thursday, I had the worst flare-up of my toothache that I have ever had, and had to have an emergency dentist appointment on Friday where they were like, everything looks fine, I guess we could, and I was like, okay, well, can you do an x-ray on all my teeth? And they were like, well, we can't, because we don't have the equipment, but we can refer you to somewhere that can. Great. So, I had that x-ray on Wednesday. They phoned me on Friday, I think, saying there's nothing wrong. There's still nothing wrong. And I was like, how, Green, the Twitch don't know yet. I'll get to it. And they were like, yeah, no, there's nothing wrong. So you're just having pains, but there's nothing actually wrong. And I'm like, okay, cool. You don't think it could be to do with my if I'm still clenching my jaw or grinding my teeth in my sleep? And he was like, oh, well, now you mention it. So they're gonna make me a new night guard. The night guard I currently have goes on my bottom row of teeth. They're gonna make me one that goes on my top row of teeth. Since it's one of my top teeth that is the sensitive little baby. He was like, maybe that'll help because it'll encase the one that is sensitive. I was like, yeah, were you not gonna offer that for me unless I prodded a bit? And they just said, if it ever flares up that bad again, come back in and we'll have a different dentist look at it while it's currently in that much pain. So while it's just like a normal amount of pain, which I know there's no normal amount of pain, apparently they don't give a shit. I don't fucking know. So I go in to get the mold of my teeth on Friday, and then I do not know how long it will take until they've made it. We were like, okay, well that's a couple days you couldn't stream because you have dental appointments, but like, what about all the other days? Wow. Everyone else was wondering if you moved out? No. Not for lack of trying. Like, I don't want people thinking like, wow, you've been talking about moving out for ages, and oh, you did that donathon and you still not moved. I've been applying, and I've been consistently rejected from everywhere I've applied to, because, basically every time I try and get a place, I lose out to cash buyers, and people who can pay in full, whereas me have to get mortgage. And there's just a lot of, essentially, landlords, middle-class, upper-class people buying out loads and loads of houses just to then rent them out or rent them out as apartments, like each floor is a separate apartment. And that's what keeps happening every time I try and buy a home. A rich landlord who can pay in cash, who like can pay it all up front. They go with that because they're like, yeah, I'd like the money straight away. I mean, and with a mortgage, obviously, they'd still get the money straight away, but it would take a longer time because they've got to wait for me to apply for a mortgage and wait for me to get approved for the mortgage and then wait. So it's not that, like, they wouldn't get all the money if they sold it to someone getting a mortgage. They just wouldn't get all the money as quickly. And apparently, like, I was explicitly told the last apartment that I made an offer on, mine was the highest offer by quite a bit of money, and they still went with someone else who was offering less money because they were a cash buyer. And I have had to pivot. So firstly, not as many streams because I was waiting to be able to shut my door again, and then I had some dentist appointments, and then I've been stressed about moving. Now that you bring it up, because I've kind of had to pivot. I've had to change what city I'm looking at moving to because I just don't. I think it's too much of a struggle to try and afford the city that I wanted. Because I don't like talking about like exact amounts of money that I make or that I have with you guys because I feel like, one, it's private a bit, but it's like personal, but also like if I say a big amount of money, I don't want you thinking that I'm bragging, and if I say a small amount of money, I don't want you thinking that I'm begging for donations or like sympathy. It's like I don't want it to sound either like I'm bragging or like I'm begging. But essentially, how much do I want to say? I need to be making enough per month to have money left over after bills, right? Like, there will be rent and bills, or if I buy, mortgage, everything here is a leasehold, so mortgage, ground rent, service charge, council tax, and then bills and food, right, groceries, right? And I want to still have some money left over after all of that, because, you know, what if, like, I have prescriptions, and I have had a lot of sudden medical bills over the last few years, and dental bills. I don't pay for medical, but we do have to pay for dental. I've had, you know, I don't know, like, what if my shoes get a hole in it and I need a new pair of shoes, right? I have a girlfriend who lives in America, and I would very much like to be able to keep visiting her. So... how much do I want to say? The amount of money that I make per month, 50% of that is just gone. Like, by what I mean is, like, 50% of what I make per month is taxes and student loans. Like, 50% of all my income goes to paying tax to the government every year and my student loans. Like, that money takes away 50% of my income, which is... it didn't used to, but, like, I've made a bit more money the last couple of years, and so the percentage of that is going up, and so student loan tax is 50% of my income gone. So with the 50% I have left, that's what I have to spend on mortgage repayment, bills, ground rent, service charge, council tax, groceries, and hopefully some left over, right? What I want is to have no less than £1,000 left over per month after paying mortgage and bills and everything. And that might sound like too much money. You might be like, well, why not just have 500 left over to put in your savings and to have for, like, an emergency fund? Like, why 1,000? That's a lot of, and it is a lot of money. However, it's not really, to me, when I've had dental bills that cost more money than that. Like, that's the main thing that's on my mind, is like, yes, £1,000 is a lot, but like, I've had medical dental stuff cost more. Like, if I have another dental bill like that, then I have like no money, then I'm like living just off my paycheck, you know. Like if another dental bill like that happens again, that's no money left over after bills and stuff, or potentially eating away into grocery and bill money, and I might not be able to pay my bills that month. And that, I don't like that. And so it's not only like 1,000 to be able to spend on my prescription. I have prescriptions every month now. Any sudden medical dental bills. Obviously seeing Julia. As well as, like, obviously it would be nice to be able to, like, buy takeout once a month or something, but that's not a necessity, you know. But it's not just £1,000 to go in my savings and to spend on things. That's also wiggle room for if my income goes down, right? Because I'm not employed, I'm self-employed. My income changes a lot per month. So that also is wiggle room for, like, my income to drop, right? And obviously, if that would mean if my income were to drop by £1,000, I'd now be, like, paycheck to paycheck, right? If it dropped by more than £1,000, I wouldn't be able to pay bills anymore. I'd be going behind on bills, or I wouldn't be able to pay my mortgage, and I don't want to be in that position, right? And where we are right now, I know I've said for a while that Patreon's been going down a little bit each month, but it's not been too bad. It's been dropping by well, where it is right now is about maybe 800 less than it was at the beginning of the year, but the beginning of the year is always because of Christmas. You know, I don't expect it to stay where it is in January. I know over the last couple months it's dropped by like a couple hundred, but that's been fine, which is why I said I would start streaming more often, why I reopened audio commissions and opened up art commissions, and no, I think that was it. That's why, yeah, and said I'd start streaming more. What Patreon is telling me right now is not great. We'll have to see. My payouts come through on the 5th. What Patreon tells me on my insights, where it tells me, like, this is how much you've made this month, that's never the actual amount that I get paid, and I don't know how they fuck it up, how that number's not right. Obviously, part of it is, as I've said many times, please don't sign up to anyone's Patreon using the iOS app on your iPhone or your iPad. Just open up Safari and sign up via the internet, because if you sign up using the iOS app, not only does Apple take a big fee away from the creator, not only is Apple charging you more money than what I actually charge you, you're being charged like an extra $4 that just goes to Apple. I don't see any of that. So not only are you getting screwed over money-wise, and me getting screwed over money-wise, but also they hold all of my funds for like 200 days or something. I can't remember how many days it is, but so I still have like £200 that Apple owe me that they're not going to give me until it's been like maybe it's like 100 days since you placed your purchase with the iOS app. Don't use the iOS. I mean, you can use the iOS app. Just when you sign up for someone's Patreon, just open up Safari and just go on the website and do it there. And then you can log in onto the iOS app and it'll be fine. Just whenever you input your payment details for the first time, don't do it on the iOS app. Because not only am I being charged more, not only am I not going to make money, but like the difference is like I charge £10 for the fledgling tier, right? The top tier where you get the not safe for work audios, that is £10. If you sign up on the iOS app, they charge you 14. and Apple takes all that extra 4. So, like, you're also getting screwed over if you're using the iOS app. And that's not just for my Patreon account, that's for any creator on Patreon. If you use the iOS app, you're being charged more money by Apple. Which sucks. I don't have it set to 14. That's not what I'm charging. Patreon keeps telling me to change it to that so that, like, I can account for the fees. I'm like, I'm not going to do that. I hate that. I don't want to charge people more. So yes, Gluey, I've had art commissions open for years, and my audio commissions have been open and closed, but I reopened them in April, something like that, and they're still open. Do I have a command for commissions? That's such a good point. I might have... They're on my Ko-fi, so if I have like a... Oh, I should take the art fight command out of... And my art commissions are on my Empty Masks Ko-fi, and my audio commissions are on my... There you go. On my, The Vampire Prince Ko-fi. I have Safe for Work. You can either... Audio-wise, you can either commission a 5 to 10 minute Safe for Work audio, or a 15 to 20 minute not Safe for Work audio. But shoot me a message before you place your commission, because we got to talk about things. Don't just order the commission. No one's done that in a while, thank God. But yeah, don't just order the commission, because what if the idea that you want me to do I'm not comfortable with and I want to turn down, but now you've already placed the order, and if I refund you, I'll lose money. Because if you purchase like a £30 commission on Ko-fi, and then before talking to the artist, and then the artist is like, I can't do that, I'm not comfortable doing that, and they refund you, the artist doesn't actually get £30 because PayPal take 10%, but you'd still expect a £30 refund, so they'd have to, they only got 27, but now they're gonna have to refund you 30, right? So that's why message people first. And that's how like all those like chargeback Twitch scam things work, where people will like... It's why a lot of people will not have direct PayPal donation links or Stream Element donation links, because what used to happen, and what maybe still happens, is scammers would donate like massive amounts of money, like tens of thousands of dollars, and then tell PayPal they want a refund, but obviously the streamer never got 10,000. Maybe the streamer got like 9,500 because PayPal took a fee. But when PayPal refunds them, they'll take £10,000. And now the streamer's account is in the negative. Like, it was a whole thing a few years ago on Twitch. I don't know if it still happens. PayPal need to rethink how that worky. They won't though. So yeah, sorry, why I haven't been streaming. So the decorator stuff, and then the dentist appointments, and then, yeah, stress about moving. So the reason we was talking about, like, PayPal and stuff, Patreon, and talking about, you know, that's a 1,000 wiggle room if my income goes down. And while Patreon has been going down the last few months, I've managed to still keep it my overall income at the amount that I need, because obviously I also make some money off Etsy, and I also make some money off of commissions, and off Twitch, and off YouTube. And obviously quite a lot of people placed some Etsy orders this month, so, but, and while like I said, like, what Patreon tells me in my insights, like when they're like, this is how much you've made this month, is never the same amount that they actually...
I was just wondering when you'd invite me back for a bite.
Thank you for the hydrate. It's never actually the same amount that they pay me. And that can be... I don't actually know. Definitely, I think it might be because maybe their insights are measuring it from the 1st to the 1st, but Patreon actually pay you from the 5th to the 5th. Perhaps. So that could make some difference. I know that some of it is like when Patreon tells you how much you make a month, they're not accounting for yearly pledges. So like if you've got 10 people paying £10 a month, and that's £100, and then Patreon will be like, you're making £100. But if one of those 10 actually signed up to pay for a year all at once, and just... That's still... Patreon still registers that as them paying £10 a month, even though they actually paid 120 up front and I'm getting the 120 payout. So that would say that I'm making $1,000 a month, even though... sorry, I thought 100 a month, even though what I'm actually about to get is like 220, right? So that's always a discrepancy. But not that many people pay for a whole year up front, so I never get why the discrepancy is as big as it is. This is all a long way of me saying, like, you know, lately on Patreon it's been like, oh, you're down 100, oh, you're down 200, and I haven't really noticed a big dip in members until this month. We were at like 750, something like that, near the beginning of the year, and it had always stayed around that, even as money had gone down, I presume, because just from people, like, lowering what tier they were at. But Patreon's telling me I currently have, like, 690 members. And that's, paid members, not free members. That's a big drop. And instead of telling me that, like, money down by £200, it's now saying money is down by like 950. And remember what I said was, like, if I have £1,000 left, I'd, you know, if I try and aim to, after paying my tax and after paying my student loans and after paying mortgage or rent and bills, that I want £1,000 left over, because not only is that money for me to spend on things for myself and also for trips with Julia, it's also wiggle room if my income goes down. So like I said, I won't know until the 5th, because Patreon's estimate is always off a bit, is always kind of slightly off, but they're estimating that it's basically gone down by £1,000. So if I were to move into all the places that I was looking at, and I want to look at, there's 2 more places I wanted to go view this week. I might not actually be able to afford them, or I might be technically able to, but I'd be in a position where I'd be living, like, paycheck to paycheck, or potentially not able to pay the bills and the mortgage, and I don't want to put myself in that position. So we'll have to see. You know, the last few weeks have been very stressful. Lack of stream for the decorator, the dentist, the stress from moving, which ties into the other stress. What's the other stress? Etsy! Ooh, let's go over all the announcements that I made, because not everyone's in the Discord. Rosie, I'm so sorry you just met Doug. The game should really give better trigger warnings for him. He's an asshole. So, for those that really aren't aware at all, on the 28th of July, Mr. President made an executive order saying that the de minimis exemption on parcels under $800 would be removed. What does that mean? What it means is, before, if you are an American living in America, if you ordered something from overseas and it was under £800, you didn't have to pay any customs import. You didn't have to do anything. If you want to check, Rocio, you know what? Shall I pin it? I'll find it. Pause on that. I'll get back to it. I've ranted about Date Everything a lot. Its trigger warnings are shit. I don't think you should half-ass... I like Date Everything, but fucking hell. You shouldn't half-ass trigger warnings. Like, either give everything trigger warnings that it should have, or just don't bother doing them at all. But its trigger warnings are terrible, and it does not... So many of them... So many characters that need trigger warnings don't have them. Some characters are like, this character's got a trigger warning for this in the game. But then another character who does the exact same thing doesn't have a warning. So, and then the characters that don't really go into enough detail. So, Rocio, if you want to check, I've just pinned Yesterday I went through and I made a full trigger warning list for everything, at least everything that I could find. If you want to go, if you're on mobile, I've been told, oh, and I can see, it's not readable, but if you just download the image or you view the image on your PC, you'll be able to read it. There's a whole section on Doug. I sadly cannot. I can't read it because wow, yeah, mobile really did compress it. That's crazy. Obviously trigger warning if you read the list. Christ. The fact that some of the characters bring up... So, like, one of them's like, they're a stalker! That they might have some stalking tendencies, when in reality it's like, no, they do obsessively stalk you and, like, break your boundaries and blah blah blah. Like, there's no maybe. Or, like... Benoit getting a warning because he's sexual, and it's like, whereas like, Beverly straight up is an alcoholic. And there's no trigger warning for alcoholism, it just comes out of nowhere and upset a lot of people. There's two characters who are like, I wouldn't personally think to trigger warn for hoarding, but there's two characters who are hoarders, and the game only trigger warns for one of them. The only that messed me up was Dirk and Harper, but I should have heeded the warning. No, in your defense, Frocio, the warning in-game for Harper and Dirk is, Harper and Dirk have a relationship that isn't exactly the healthiest. It could be triggering for people who've dealt with toxic and abusive relationships. Like, what it says is, their relationship isn't exactly the healthiest. What does that mean? If you interact with them, they will start having screaming matches at each other while you're in front of them. They will, and I don't mean like, I mean like the voice actors are full-on screaming into their microphones. That's isn't exactly the healthiest. Like, isn't exactly the healthiest. It's abusive. Like, it's so, I love some of the characters. Obviously, I love Eddie and Volt. I really love the art and the designs in the game, but my problems with the game is for a game that markets itself towards the LGBTQ and neurodiverse, neurodiverse communities, and prides itself and brags about having LGBTQ plus representation and neurodiversity representation. You can't market to those groups and then, like, not do your due diligence with trigger warnings. Like, especially with, some of the stuff that I found out, I was like, okay, like, I personally got uncomfortable, like, also, if you're aromantic or asexual, this game probably isn't for you. Like, I'm on both of those spectrums, and, like, I couldn't stand looking at stuff with the game. Like, even with Volt and Eddie, there's a bit where Volt will kiss you. Like, you can't befriend them without making out with them. That's a bit of a shame. And when the kiss happens, your player character doesn't get a chance to say, oh no, I don't want to kiss right now. Like, you're forced into it. For a game that brags, and in a game that is like, oh, you don't have to date everything, you can friendship things. Some of the characters you can only get the friendship ending with if you have already flirted with them, made out with them, potentially had sex with them first. Some of them will not love you unless you have sex with them. Also, I hate that it's called the friendship ending and the love ending, because it's implying that, like, friendship isn't love and that platonic love isn't love, and, like, that aromantic people can't love, or that asexual people can't love. That they could have called it friendship and romance endings. I'm just saying. I can't remember what it was that I said to Ashley yesterday. I said something like, for a game called Date, like, the gameplay of Date Everything, if you are someone that does have triggers, if you are someone that, you know, does get uncomfortable with stuff, if you're neurodivergent or mentally ill in any way, if you're LGBT, if you're, like, on the asexual or aromantic spectrums, I would say Day Everything for You is not a go around and interact with everyone and collect them all, kind of like how it advertises itself. What it is for you, it will be find the 2 or 3 characters that you're comfortable with, realize those ones, and then leave the house and get one of the worst endings because you didn't realize everyone. Because, you know, I mean, if you get the love ending with all of them, Reggie will literally be like, I don't believe that you loved all of them. Like, I don't believe that you were your authentic self. I think you faked some of your responses. I don't think that's what you would say in real life. I think you faked some of the responses to make them like you, and you possibly also, like, fucked up and then reloaded a save. And he's absolutely correct. And if you're someone who, like, doesn't get triggered easily, doesn't get uncomfortable easily, go ahead, collect them like Pokemon. But I think the game attracted a lot of people who are neurodivergent, who are mentally ill, especially because the game does have a lot of portrayals of mental illness. And I think when you're going to portray mental illness in your game, don't half-ass the trigger warnings. One of the like, Fantina has a trigger warning for stalking, but Hector doesn't. I think he does now. I think Hector and Farya have both been updated in-game to have trigger warnings, because Farya will go into extreme graphic detail about diseases and injuries, and, like, often has a syringe in her hand, and, yeah, people didn't expect that. Well, like, when I was going through Reddit, I saw multiple people saying they were triggered over Friar Errol. He has no trigger warnings in the game. If you couldn't guess from the name, religious themes. Very, like, he's basically a priest. He can yell at you. Also, the whole thing is, like, spoilers, he's an air fryer, and he thinks that regular fried food and, like, fast food is, like, disgusting, and will shame you if you eat it. So I not only saw, God, it made me so angry reading people talk, because there were multiple Reddit threads on r/Day Everything, where people were like, hey, what do you think needs a trigger warning that didn't get one? And there were multiple people who were not only have religious trauma, who were triggered by him, but there were multiple people who have EDs, or have dealt, I'm getting upset talking about, there were multiple people who have EDs or have struggled with disordered eating, who were extremely triggered by that storyline, because it comes out of nowhere that he shames you for eating food. And reading how badly it affected them made me so angry. It's making me angry to think about it. That's not okay. You know that your game's attracting a lot of neurodivergent people because you're like, oh, our characters are neurodivergent. Not that ED is a neurodiversity, but, you know, like, I don't actually know what it's classed as. But, you know, that made me upset. Freddy, Yeti, the big Yeti man, I saw multiple people who'd said that they were triggered and crying because of what happens with him. You might be like, what do you mean what happens with him? Isn't he nice? So pretty deep into romancing or friendshipping him, he's revealed to have anger issues, snaps at you, screams at you, swears at you, degrades you, calls you names. And a lot of people were like, not mentally, you know, so many people were saying, you know, I was playing this game because I'm not in a great place mentally and I just wanted a little bit of escapism. What the fuck was that? Okay, he has, like, an anger issue outburst. I would prepare for it if you're sensitive to being yelled at. He then apologizes, and then you can romance him. He says he's sorry, and then you can kiss him or whatever. I wouldn't find that fun to happen out of nowhere. I haven't seen the outburst, but I've seen people be like, not happy that happened. I'm just so, because the game could have done better. That's the thing, is it's like, it was so easy for you to just, and they don't even have to do detailed trigger warnings for each character. They could just, at the beginning of the game, when the title screen comes up, just have a, hey, this game contains, and then lists all the stuff. You know, and then it's up to you. I've seen so many people use the excuse of, it's a dating sim, what did you expect? It's like, well, I, personally, me as someone who is demisexual, demi-romantic, I expected to be uncomfortable with most dating sims, because usually the sexy stuff happens too soon and I'm not comfortable with it. So, you know, I'm not complaining about the overt sexual moments that happen in the game. That I expected. What I don't expect from my Sexy Times dating sim is characters that do this stuff with no warning. There's a lot on this list. And I'm just... disappointed. Because I thought it was just like me getting like upset with like vault kissing is... I was just like, well, that's just me. That's because I'm demisexual and demi-romantic and I don't want to be kissed before I'm actually in a relationship with someone, and that it happens in a cutscene and you can't tell him not to. Yeah, and then I found out some of the other characters you have to flirt with even just to be friends with them, or you have to have sex with in order to date them, and I'm like, that's a shame. But as long as the game didn't market itself towards ace people, I didn't really expect anything different out of it, you know? But, I saw multiple people saying that they got triggered with Barry, because he will, kind of vent trauma upon you about, his mental illness, and, executive dysfunction, and masking, and memory loss, and, while I'm sure it was done out of a, like, let's make people aware of these things, multiple people who said they were playing it while in not a great mental health space found that too upsetting to deal with. They weren't expecting to get vented out or trauma dumped on, you know? Yeah, Beverly's alcoholism is not at all trigger warned for. But while you don't have to drink alcohol to flirt with her, where the fuck is Kopi? You have to drink alcohol in order to romance or friendship her. She will offer you alcohol and you have to drink it, otherwise you'll get the hate ending with her. What the fuck? Sorry, I actually don't remember. Actually, they might use they them pronouns. I don't remember. Point is, what the fuck? And I saw a lot of people saying it's no big deal, it's just one tiny little drink, and I'm like, yeah, but for me that's a no-no. For me that's a no-no. Which were the other ones where I was like, Mac is manipulative, love bombs you. You cannot refuse to be poly with them. In like, and you'll be like, yeah, but you're polyamorous in the whole game. It's like, yeah, but the way that it happens with Mac is like, not great. You cannot refuse to be poly with them. They ask to be with other people first just to see if you still love each other, and you can't say no. You aren't allowed to refuse, and when you talk to them, they're just like, yup, I missed you. As if they just, yeah. Luke. Self-destruction mentioned being high is a soldier in active warfare. In those instances of substance abuse, paranoia, extended isolation issues, hallucinations, and discussion of a possible suicide attempt, and none of that is trigger warned in the fucking game. For all discussion of sin and heavy religious themes, can yell at the player. People with EDs and disordered eating have been triggered by him, and his religious views on what people should and shouldn't eat. Food shaming, a scene where he feeds you without your consent. It's a mozzarella stick, and some people with a say felt triggered by it because it's like a phallic object that he's shoving down your fucking mouth. Constant berating you, and Savvy Talk Freddy has that outburst. Fire has graphic depictions of disease, physical harm, and other medical information. Medical Talks physically holds up needles and syringes. Fatina does get a trigger warning, but all it says is, like, her behaviour might be considered similar to stalking. In reality, she constantly oversteps your boundaries. There's no easy way to make her stop. No matter how you answer her, she will eventually reveal she's made a shrine which includes some disturbing items from you, twist your words, then tries to blame you for her constructing a version of you that never existed in her mind. So that's not might be considered similar to stalking game. That is stalking. I hate the, like, lackadaisical... Doug is described in the official warning as a bit of an abusive dude. I would get rid of the bit of a part of that sentence. There's no trigger warning for Dishy, and I genuinely think some of these trigger warnings don't exist because they don't want to spoil the game. But, like, there's no trigger warning for Dishy. And I also don't want to spoil the game and say what happens with Dishy. And I'm not going to say what happens, but I will... what the twist with Dishy is, but what I will say... They still could have been like, hey... He's made people real uncomfortable, because he'll say, like... things that people have described as either being, like, stalkerish, yandere-ish, or, like, psychotic. Like, let's not... Diana's description from the game says, experiences some mental health concerns that might be too much for players, including things like hallucination, paranoia, extreme mood swings, loss of sense of self, and executive dysfunction, because she's the diary, and because you've been writing from your perspective in her, she's like, am I you? Or am I me? Whether in reality, some mental health concerns mean she's having a major identity crisis throughout the entire game, and blames the player for her mental health issues. And resents you. And also, I saw someone say that she makes a date rape joke. I can't confirm that. That's what I read on Reddit. Someone said that she makes a date rape joke, and then 2 people in the threads said, oh yeah, I hated that. And I'm like, what? I don't know what the joke is. I don't know if they're misinterpreting. But I saw someone say that she does that, and then 2 other people were like, yeah, that was fucked up. I don't know what the joke is, and I don't know if maybe it's not that and people are just misinterpreting, because that would be very fucked. And I guess the excuse is, well, she's real fucked up in the head, and it's like, maybe don't put her in a dating sim then. Betty does get a trigger warning for being a sensual being, and I'm like, why would she need a trigger warning for just being sensual? There's nothing wrong with that. Oh, she asks you what you dreamed about, and if you said you dreamed about your boss, you tell her how you had a dream that you were kidnapped by him, and the only way to escape was to pretend that you were into him, and she asks if you had sex in the dream, and if you say no, she gets disappointed, and if you say yes, she said that that was hot. What? If you tell her, oh yeah, I had a nightmare where my boss kidnapped me, and I had to pretend I had to let him, like, do stuff to me, she goes, that's hot? What do you mean? What do you mean? I'm gonna stop reading this list now. I just wanna, because I know we've got a lot of people in my community who have triggers, a lot of people in my community who have mental illnesses, and I just don't want any of you playing Date Everything because of my, audios and being like, oh, I like Eddie and Vol. Maybe just go after Eddie and Vol, and then maybe check this list, and if and if any of these characters make you go, oh, I don't want to interact with them, Google and find out what piece of furniture they are, and then don't interact with that piece of furniture. Also, I will say ones that aren't as serious, but I think still could have done with a warning. Nightmare does have a warning for being spooky. That's a bit of an understatement, but to be fair, she's called Nightmare. I don't know what people expected. However, what there isn't a warning for is, if you have trypophobia, maybe don't go find her, because multiple people with trypophobia have said that her design has triggered that, like her actual sprite design. Oh my god, you know what else doesn't have a trigger warning? Damon doesn't have an epilepsy warning. You know, the glitch that's full of eye-strainy bright colours that can, like, flash and, like, clip you through walls and stuff. that I haven't seen anyone reporting seizures, thank God, but I have seen multiple people report migraines. So careful. I haven't seen anyone say any seizures, thank God, but yeah, maybe there probably should be an epilepsy warning on them. I don't think, like, you know, personally, Damon doesn't bother me, but I also don't have photosensitivity issues. There should be a photosensitivity. As soon as I saw that, I was like, oh my God, no, yeah, of course. I mean, look at them. How do they not have a photosensitivity warning? Game, come on. Apparently some people have said they've added warnings to Fire and Hector in the most recent patch. I don't know if they'll continue to add more. And I know some people are like, well, you shouldn't play a game if you need that many warnings. I'm like, dude, people aren't expecting when they go into a dating sim some of the stuff that's in here, okay? And frankly, an epilepsy warning or a photosensitivity warning should always exist, regardless of whether it's a dating sim or a horror game or someone would say, I don't know. I haven't seen Damon's playthrough. 100% there is eye strain. A lot of eye strain in, like, the colours and these overlapping, contrasting colours. Kind of like, if you think of, like, colour bars on, like, a TV. It is very neon, very eye strainy. In terms of if certain parts of it flash, I haven't watched the story, so I can't say, but it wouldn't surprise me if they blink in and out of existence, because they are a glitch. So if you just don't interact... I started a bit the Damon can confirm there's eye strain. Yeah, so... Just don't... And there's the thing, there's like 100 pieces of furniture, and none of them can come up and talk to you unless you throw your love beam on that piece of furniture. So as long as you don't throw your love beam at the piece of furniture that Damon's attached to, or Friar Errol's attached to, or whatever, you will never see... Well... It's not guaranteed you'll never see them. Some characters do pop up as background characters in other character stories, but pretty much you won't see them. So you could still play the game and just avoid... You just won't be able to 100% it. It's baffling to me how much stuff... Once I was like, there can't be that many more trigger warnings for every... Oh my God. Oh no. And that's probably not even everything, because like I say, like... I added Volt and Eddie on there purely because I found the fact that before you can pick to romance or friendship them, Volt will kiss you, and it's in like it's like in a cutscene thing. Your character doesn't get asked. You're just kind of chilling out, and then he leans over slowly, and like it's clear your character's into it, but me as the player was not ready to smooch yet. But that's just I'm very demisexual, and very demi-romantic. I don't think that required a trigger warning. I just think it would have been nice if you are playing it as like an emo 8 person and you just want to friendship everyone, that's not going to work. Some of the characters will be explicitly sexual towards you, even as you get the friendship ending. Some of them will kiss you before you get the friendship ending, and if you don't do the kiss, they'll hate you. So that's the only thing that made me uncomfy with Volt and Eddie. I know some people have been upset with the hate ending. If you get the hate ending with Volt and Eddie, which I can understand, because they get angry at you, and you might have killed one of them. So just don't get the hate ending. How do you not get the hate ending? You have to push Eddie's boundaries, even though he says he doesn't want you to, which I wouldn't have considered. I think I'm too autistic, too demi-sexual, and too demi-romantic to play the game. But that's a real shame. I might still watch Damon's route. I'd like to still watch my boy Skips' route. The only thing I saw on Skips' route was that there's one point where they mention, like, a hypothetical of, like, bugs crawling on you, which will gross me out, but I'll just skip past it. That's the only thing I saw people mention. But I need to go see my sweet boy. Nothing else is wrong with him. He's he's perfect. But yeah, it's a shame, because I love Volt and Eddie so much, and yet, why what developers, it's not that difficult to, like, just not half-arse your trigger warning. It's just so wild, because... I mean, if they'd done no trigger warnings at all, I think people still wouldn't have been prepared, because when people are like, it's a dating sim, what did you expect? And I would be like, well, I'm not complaining about the character that's like a dominatrix and like straight up starts dominating you without... I mean, apparently she talks a lot about like consent and safe words and stuff, but a lot of people have still gotten comfy with her straight away if they don't know what she's about. Plenty of other people have enjoyed her, you know. That wouldn't surprise me. She doesn't have a trigger warning in the game, and I'm not surprised that she doesn't. That's the kind of thing I expect from a dating sim, and it makes me uncomfy, but I expect it. I don't expect characters talking about, like, suicide. That's not what I expect. Like, this isn't Doki Doki Literature Club, what are we doing? Like, Keith does get a warning. Fuck. Again, is the Keith warning good enough? I don't know if people will, because what if someone really genuinely likes Keith? That could, like, mess them up. Like, if someone's got trust issues and then they genuinely like Keith, and they don't really think that the trigger warning the game says is that bad... Played a dating sim where one of them straight up killed me, and I prefer that to the yelling, alcohol, and manipulation. Right. Whatever it is, what's the let me check, what's Keith's actual warning, and then I'll tell you what he do. So Keith's warning is, okay, he's basically a master manipulator. If you don't like sociopaths, you won't be too comfortable with this guy. And so it straight up says he's a manipulative sociopath, right? Which... Can I just say, like, sociopathy and psychopathy are genuine mental illnesses and people should not be shamed for having them. And there are plenty of people who can have sociopathy and psychopathy, and be normal functional members of society. Like, yes, of course they can also be manipulative. I'm just kind of like, I'm a bit fed up of, I don't know. What I'm fed up of, like, is if someone's manipulative, calling them a sociopath or a psychopath. There are plenty, like, sociopath and psychopath are mental illness diagnoses. You know what I meant. Someone being manipulative doesn't make them a sociopath. Like, there's plenty of neurotypical people are manipulative pieces of shit. Like, someone being manipulative doesn't mean they're actually a narcissist, doesn't mean they actually have BPD, doesn't mean they actually have sociopathy, or doesn't mean they have psychopathy. I don't know if Keith's description is saying he's canonically a sociopath who happens to be manipulative, or if they're saying he's manipulative, therefore he's a sociopath. Because the second one's bad. Second one's bad. So to be fair, Keith's warning isn't that watered down. It says he's a master manipulator. If you don't like sociopaths, you won't be comfortable with this guy. I don't like that if you don't like you could just say he's manipulative. He's completely manipulative. Just say that. Why do you have to say if you don't like sociopaths, you won't like this guy? Because what if someone's like, well, I have a partner who suffers with sociopathy, and that's okay, so I'll you know, I don't know. So spoilers. Keith seems like a completely charming, nice guy. He's friends with Dorian. Him and Dorian used to date, right? And you can get friendship with him or romance him, and you can realize him. So if you realize him, he tells you that everything that it was all an act. He never liked you. He never liked Dorian. It was all fake. He was role-playing. It was all pretend. He actually thinks you're a stupid piece of shit, and then proceeds to rob your entire house and steals all your money and leaves. Which, like, you know, it's kind of funny. At the same time, when people go, it's a dating sim, what did you expect? I would be like, well, I wouldn't expect one of the datables to turn around and say that he never actually loved us and was just using us and now he's running away. That's not what I expected in a dating sim, for one of the characters to go, yeah, all of that, I was acting, bye, loser. Like, I was just using you so that you'd, like, bring me to life and give me a human body. It is kind of funny that his, like, post-credit scene ending, you know, like, some of them are like, this character started this business, this character's, like, doing this as a hobby now and loves it, and Keith's is just, Keith's body was never found, with a picture of him jumping out of a plane. Like, DB Coopering. Like, it's so absurd that it's kind of funny to me, but at the same time, I'm like, if you didn't pick up on what the trigger warning meant, and you had trust issues, this might not be very fun. You might be real upset when he says, yeah, I know I said I loved you, but I was lying. It was all just a pathetic joke. It was a joke, haha, get pranked. Because, you know, there's people who've been asked out as a joke, and that's, you know, when they were at school, and that sucks. So... like, is that really is that like a thing that's never been done before in a dating sim and is really inventive? Sure, but like maybe there's a reason it hasn't been done before. I don't know. Boy howdy. He's the only one who is lying about his feelings for you. Although, you know, I would say just don't interact with Fantina, to be honest. Like, I don't know if there's any redemption for girl who stalks you, is obsessed with you, and then blames you for it, and is like, well, the version of this make-believe version of you I have in my head is because of you, it's your fault. Like, I don't really think there's a redemption there. I think I block you and we don't talk anymore. I don't want to romance you after that and be like, well, maybe we can help her heal. I'm like, no, I think she needs to heal away from us, to be honest. Oh my god, no, you got me to rant about Date Everything. I was telling you where I've got... yeah, Keith is the only one that's lying about liking you, unless you kind of consider Fantina lying about liking you because she's basically liking an idealized fake parasocial version of you. She still thinks she genuinely likes you. Keith is the only one who's knowingly, like, lying to you. I was saying where I've been... no, I haven't. So, hi, let's redo this. How about I just close my eyes? I'm gonna close my eyes so I can't look at chat. And I'm just gonna say, the decorator was here and then I couldn't close my door and now he's gone and I can close my door. And then I had 2 dentist appointments. I've still got one upcoming one, so I will not be streaming on Friday, probably, maybe, I don't know. Stress of moving. Stress of Etsy! Stress of Etsy, because yes, Mr. President, he, before, if you bought something that was under £800, if you are American, living in America, either or, well, not either or, if you're living in America, if your shipping address is in America, you would have not had to pay any customs or taxes on anything under 800. And neither would I. You might be saying, well, why would you? Because how the rest of the world works is if we buy something from another country, we have to pay customs fees on that. But that's not how it works in America. They don't want American people paying these fees. Like, a lot of people have been like, why can't Etsy just charge American customers the new fees? Because it's illegal. Because American law says we don't want Americans to pay tax when they order things from abroad. Even though that's what all the rest of us do. So they make the seller pay for it. And essentially, any order under £800 never used to get these taxes on them. But now they are, starting August 28th. So what does that mean? It means that if I send something to America, I'm charged, if it was manufactured in the UK, 10% of the shipping plus item I have to pay out of pocket, plus Royal Mail are charging a 50p handling fee for every single package. For, like, what? I'm sorry, you're charging me 50 cents, you're charging me 50 pennies for the privilege of having you charge me a 10% fee. That's if it's manufactured in the UK. If it was manufactured in China, it would be a 30% fee. Plus whatever, you know, the 145%, I don't even know. Luckily, none of my stuff's manufactured in China. If you have an open Etsy order with me, please check your Etsy messages if you have not already. Because where are we right now? Well, okay, Prince, you'll just lose a bit of money on those orders because the 10% fee didn't exist before the 28th, so you couldn't put up your prices by 10%. So you'll just have to lose some money on those orders, but you can still ship them out, right? Wrong. Etsy, Etsy labels won't let you purchase shipping with Royal Mail. Royal Mail's click and drop, which is what everyone uses, will not let you buy labels to the USA. Oh. So, well, I can buy labels from this other page on their website. However, the only way to currently, until click and drop goes back online for US customers, the only way that I can currently ship things to the US is by using, like, this kind of, the individual personal, like, I'm sending a birthday card to my grandma in America type shipping. And that requires me to have a customer's email address and phone number. Which I do not have because Etsy does not make you fill that information in. So if you are in America and you have an open Etsy order with me, I have messaged everyone being like, hey, so your options are either I can ship it out next week if you give me your phone number and email address, but it's totally understandable if you don't want to do that. You don't know me. I don't want you to feel like you're doxing yourself. I mean, I'm not going to do anything with them, but I also totally understand you not wanting to give that information out. If you don't want to give me your email address and phone number, then your options are wait and see if click and drop goes back online for American customers, but I don't know when it will do that. It was meant to on the 28th, and they just haven't fucking done it, and they just put a notification saying go by postage here instead, which is shit. So it could be weeks, it could be like a month before click and drop goes back online. And whenever it does, I don't know if it's gonna demand a phone number and an email, because it might. The PDDP type shipping that they're now having to do, so that I can pay that 10% fee up front, so that it doesn't get turned away by American customs. That thing might require a phone number and an email. So what should happen, ideally, is that when you check out with Etsy, they'll just force you to input your email and phone number, right? But as of right now, Etsy isn't doing that. There's not even I don't even think there's a box for you to put your phone number in. So, like, technically I could reopen to US customers right now. I could reopen my store to the USA. However, the only way I can ship it out right now is to have your email and phone number. And where can I write that? I can put that at the beginning. I could put that in all caps at the top of every description. Like, if you're in the USA, please write your phone number and email in the order notes. But I know people don't read descriptions on items. Like, 90% of people aren't going to read that and are just going to place their order. Already, out of all of, like, the 40 current... I have, like, 40 open orders to America right now. And out of all of those 40, only, like, 10 people have given me their email address and phone number. And, like, 5 people were like... Or your other option is just cancel the order if you don't want to wait, or you don't want to give me your email and phone number. 5 people have opted to cancel their order, and like 10 people have given me their information. So I'm still missing like 25 people that haven't got back to me yet. And I don't know how long I can leave, because like I say, it's like, even once click and drop reopens, they might demand a phone number and an email address. And all I can do is message these people on Etsy, and they're not fucking checking their messages. And if they keep not checking their messages, then I just have to cancel their orders. And lose, like... I mean, if I can't... You don't understand. People placed really big orders when I was like, hey, I'm having to close to the USA. So, like, if none of those people get back to me and I have to cancel them, because eventually Etsy's gonna start yelling at me like, hey, these should have gone weeks ago, and I'll be like, I'm waiting for them to give me that phone number. Or they file a complaint with Etsy, not read my DMs and just go, hey Etsy, this person never shipped it. Meanwhile, I'm like, I need your phone number, just message me your phone number. Or just say that you want to cancel. And if it comes to the point of like, I don't know how long I'll leave it, but if I have to cancel all those orders, I'm gonna lose like £1,000. And some of those orders, you know, I already started making. So I would have gotten hurt for nothing. What do you mean got hurt? Oh, that's part 4 of everything. So, you guys placed a lot of big orders because I was closing my shop to USA buyers. A lot of people ordered, you know, I've had rushes of orders before. That happens every Christmas. There might be some weeks around Christmas I have like 50 to 70 orders a week. But each of those 50 orders might have like 2 stickers in them. Each of these 70 orders had like 20 to 30 stickers in them. I had 600 stickers to cut out in a week. So I already was like, right, we're going to split like over 2 weeks, I'll do 300 each week. Turns out, because I cut my stickers out by hand, I don't have a Quick Cut, a Juliet, or any other kind of sticker cutting machine, because I don't have any room in this house for one, and there's no room in the bedroom, and I can't really put things anywhere else. My parents wouldn't, like, there's no space for me to, you know, so I cut them out by hand with scissors. I've never had to cut 300 out in a couple days before, but I'm sure I'll be fine. I mean, what's the worst that can happen? My fingers get a bit sore. So, like, it turns out when you use scissors, you know, you're kind of, like, clenching and unclenching your, like, thumb and index finger together, right? And it turns out doing that is, like, using muscles that go all the way up your arm. And muscles and tendons that go all the way up your arm. All the way up to your shoulder. And, I cut out about 10 pages of stickers. I had like 60, 70 pages. I cut out like 10 pages and my shoulder started hurting and I was like, oh, I should stop. And then the next morning I felt better, so I cut out a few more pages and then my shoulder started hurting and I was like, okay, I guess that's it for today. And then the next day I cut out some more pages and my shoulder started hurting and I was like, okay. And then that went on every day. I'd wake up, my shoulder would feel fine, I'd cut out a couple pages, my shoulder would start hurting, and I'd be like, okay, I'll wait until it stops hurting. And then if it stopped hurting by the evening, I'd cut out a few more, and then it'd hurt again, so I'd stop, and then I'd wait until the next day when it stopped hurting. And I did that every day, until one day, like, on, like, Tuesday or something, I was cutting out stickers and my shoulder started hurting, and I was like, if playing deltarune with arms a bit better. You poor naive frog. So I was cutting out the stickers again, and I was like, my shoulder started hurting, and I was like, I've got to push through it, because I've still got like 20, 30 pages left to cut out. Not to mention all these badges. So I kept going, instead of stopping immediately when it started hurting. And then my arm went numb. So I have repetitive strain injury in my right shoulder. Because of all of the sticker cutting. I don't have anyone to help me cut out stickers. My parents found out because I literally, when that happened, it started hurting so bad that I was crying. Not because I was scared, purely just because how bad the pain was. I was uncontrollably just like weeping. And my parents saw and they were like, "What, are you alright?" And I was like, "No." But Mum said she would help me pack up orders if I was struggling, but she wouldn't help me cut out stickers because she doesn't know how to cut out stickers. I don't know how that works. She just said she wouldn't do them neat enough, probably, and even though she's an artsy crafty person and always cuts out stuff for scrapbooking and card making. I mean, I wasn't gonna ask for help unless I was like really desperate. I really don't want to ask my mom for help anyway, you know, but I didn't even get the chance to ask. My dad said that he would try, which I appreciate, but I don't really know if he's very neat at cutting stuff out. But it might have to come to that. I was like, okay, I'll just have to, they were like, just rest your arm, and I was like, okay. So I tried to rest it, but you know, I'm right-handed, so every time I make food, I'm using it's hurting. Every time I like cut anything, like if I'm chopping up salad, like it hurts. Every time I'm typing on my keyboard on my phone, it hurts. Every time, I know you might be like, but you've been drawing. Yes, drawing sketching hasn't actually been hurting my arm, because I'm not really repeating the same movement, you know, I'm drawing up and then down and then round here, and but colouring in was hurting my arm, because then you're just kind of going back and forth in the same area. I don't use the bucket tool, and I couldn't use the bucket tool because of how sketchy my line art is. Typing very intensely makes it hurt as well. But you know, I was resting it. It felt a bit better the next day. I was like, right, okay, I'll start cutting out stickers again on the 1st of September. So it felt a bit better the next day, and it felt a bit better the next day, and then the day after that it went back to ground zero and just hurt really bad. And then it felt a bit better the next day, and then it felt a bit better the next day, and here we are today. It's terrible. It's gone so bad. It's been really bad for hours. And I did something stupid. Okay, here's what happened. I was just sat, and it didn't feel too bad, and I was sat, and I was just, like, tapping on my spacebar. Like, not actually pressing it down, I was just, like, tapping on it like this. Just, like, stimming. And it started hurting, and I was like, oh, did I stim too hard? And then it got worse, and I was like, oh no. And then I was like, I think I need to cut out stickers. So it was already hurting, and then I made the decision to cut out like 7 stickers. I know, but you listen here. I googled repetitive strain injury because I needed to know, because Mum was like, oh, I got repetitive strain injury and I still have it now, and it's been like 10 years, you're gonna have it forever, and it scared me and I was crying. So I googled it, and the NHS website says the recovery time is 3 to 6 months. So initially when I hurt it, I thought I'll cut out on the 1st, on Monday. And as it's been approaching the 1st, I have acknowledged that that's not going to be possible. My goal is now to start cutting things out on the 8th. But if I leave it until the 8th... that means I would have to cut out all of the stickers on that one day, and that's just going to surely fuck my arm up again. So what I was going to try and do is just do 1 page a day. And that could equal like 1 an hour. I could just do 1 individual sticker per hour, and that would get a whole sheet done in a day. And I currently have, in terms of what's already printed, let's see, I have 1, 2, 3 full pages of stickers, and then I have some that I'd already like half cut out, which would be like what? These are all the day everything stickers. None of these have gone yet. I would say this is like 2 more pages. So there's like 5 pages that's already printed, and then new orders. I actually am surprised by how many new orders I've still been getting. I usually get kind of 15-ish orders a week, and I thought I'm only going to get like 5 orders a week now I've closed to the US, but I've actually gotten 10 last week and 10 this week. So, I have 5 sheets already printed. I have, I think, 2 more sheets I still need to print, And that's not including the 20 orders to the UK that still need to go. But I've changed my shipping times on Etsy to 1 to 3 weeks. So any new orders coming in, I don't have to get done straight away. And it used to be a week, now it's 1 to 3. And I've messaged everyone saying, everyone who ordered before I changed it to 1 to 3 weeks has received a message from me saying, hey, your order's going to be late. And everyone from America has also received a message being like, I need your phone number and your email address or I can't ship you your order. And only a tiny minority of people have actually messaged me their phone number, or at least replied, right? Either saying, here's my phone number, or I don't want to give you my phone number, cancel my order. Either way, I'd rather you cancel the order than not respond to me. Because, like, if... But the majority of people just don't check their Etsy messages and might not have emails turned on, or it might go in their spam, and I'm just like... What if click and drop reopens and then they also demand the phone number and the email address? Like, what can I do? Message these people every single day? And then what if they still never check? Like, I'll just be messaging them every day for like 6 months and then eventually they'll go, hey, I never got the Etsy order I placed ages ago. And then maybe they'll check. And maybe they'll message me. Or maybe they'll just... I've had people go over my head before. I've had people say my order never... Instead of messaging me to say, because I get emails when people message me on Etsy, but I guess that's a setting you have to turn on. I can't directly email you because I don't get your emails. And sometimes I can see the email of who ordered it, but like I'm not supposed... But Etsy policy says I'm not supposed to use that. Like, that's for Etsy. That's not for me. Like, if I can see people's emails sometimes, I'm not supposed to use that. You know? And I don't want to get in trouble if I use it to contact people. But it's like... If you have a problem with your order, please just contact me. Please don't contact Etsy customer support. Because, I mean... What's happened before when someone's order hasn't arrived, and instead of contacting me and having me sort out the refund for them... They've contacted Etsy, and Etsy's on the refund. And if they contact Etsy's customer support and Etsy refunds them, that does mean I don't have to pay for the refund. So that's kind of nice. However, what it also means is, like, Etsy kind of puts an invisible little black mark against your name. And if multiple people report you directly to Etsy like that, you could lose your shop. So please don't do that. Don't. Just contact the seller directly, and they'll just give you a refund. Don't open an Etsy case. Don't open a case against them. I had someone message me on it. I get people... Sadly, Royal Mail lose stuff. I get, a few people a year saying, my order hasn't arrived. I tell them to wait a couple weeks. The majority of the time, it's just late. The majority of the time when people say I don't have my order, I always say wait 2 weeks. And then it shows up. A minority of the time, it doesn't show up. And I give them a refund. One time last year, I got a message from someone saying, I don't have my order. I want a refund. And I went to go look at their order, and I noticed I couldn't click the refund or cancelled button, that they were just completely greyed out. And I was like, what? Because they just said, like, it's been... I don't know if they'd said, like, it's been over 2 months or something, and I was like, oh no, you definitely need a refund then. And I was like, why is it greyed out? And I googled, I was like, why is the refund button greyed out? And someone on Reddit was like, Etsy won't let you refund orders that are over, like, 90 or, like, 120 days old. And I was like, what? And I looked at the order. They'd placed the order off my shop 2 years ago and then messaged me, hey, I never got this. She's like, no shop has a policy where they will give you a refund 2 years. Because how do you know you didn't get it and that you just didn't lose it? How can you be sure 2 years down the road that you never got this one sticker because it was just like a one sticker order? How do you know you never got it? It's been 2 years. What's wrong with it? Like, at that point, I'm like, I just feel like you're scamming me. You're trying to scam a refund out of me. Like, how do you know for sure in 2 years that you never received it? It's been 2 years. You could have easily put it in a pile of mail and lost it. or opened it up, put the sticker somewhere, and it's fallen down the back of a cabinet, right? Like, that's the only time I've not given out a refund, because, like, Etsy wouldn't let me, because it had been 2 years. I was baffled. Like, don't get me wrong, sometimes I forget. Like, it happened when I ordered a couple stickers and pins from this person's Etsy shop, and then, like, a week later they came out with a new sticker that I also really liked, so I ordered that too. And then I never got the second order, and I messaged them, and they were like, oh, because you ordered 2 orders, I thought I'd package them together. And I was like, you did not package them together, I do not have that sticker. And I forgot about it for maybe, like, a couple weeks, and all of a sudden I was like, but didn't I order something off Etsy? I did, huh? And the shop was in the UK, and it had been, like, a month, and I was like, oh, I should have that by now. But, like, if it had been 2 years, which, I don't know, I don't have a great memory, I would have just gone, oh, okay, well, that's lost. I wouldn't message the shop and try and get... So, how's Prince doing? Well, Prince very scared about moving. Prince wanted to go look at apartment viewings this week, but now Prince doesn't know if he's gonna have any money and has to wait, and feels like he has to wait until the Patreon payout comes out on the 5th, by which point maybe both of these places that Prince wants to go look at might get bought up while he's waiting to check if the Patreon money is going to be good or bad. Because obviously it's coming at a bad time. Patreon saying that my payout this month is going to be £1,000 less than the last one is really bad. Plus, I got, I think, 2 commissions in August instead of, like, previous months where I'd gotten, like, 10. And obviously I've had to close my sales to the USA on Etsy. So... And I didn't stream much, because I couldn't stream because we had people around the house. So my Twitch payout was less than usual. Ah! Plus Prince's 230, not as bad as it did last week. Hopefully the new Night Guard helps, but obviously I don't have it yet. And Prince currently has a heat pad slung over one shoulder because ow, 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 ow. In the famous words of Yoshi, ow, 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 ow. So, I was like, you know what? Let's get one less piece of stress off my plate. Let's finish chapter 4 of Deltarune. I never did that. The battle was too difficult, and I don't like getting frustrated on stream. Like, if a battle's taking many attempts, I'd rather try and do it off stream. I did that with the cat, the cat, oh my god, the mic secret fight, because it was taking so many attempts. I was just starting, I was like, I tried doing that with Jevil, but, couldn't even do it off stream, because, you know, I'm autistic, and it's not even about getting frustrated in front of an audience, it's just getting frustrated. I don't have, like, a dial on my frustration where it has, like, a setting for frustration level 1 and frustration level 2. I don't have that. My dial has frustration level 0 or frustration level 10,000. I can't regulate my emotions very well, most specifically when it comes to getting frustrated. And, no one needs to see me have a meltdown on stream because I lost to a boss fight 3 times in a row, okay? So, I was like, what I'll do what I did with the mic fight, I'll try and beat it off stream, and the moment that I beat it and the cutscene starts happening, because Undertale doesn't, like, autoplay cutscenes, which I appreciate, you know, when dialogue happens, it doesn't keep going until you press enter, so I was like, as soon as that starts, did I say Undertale? I meant Deltarune. As soon as that starts, I'll just launch up stream, that's what we did with the mic fight. So... obviously I couldn't do that while the decorator was here. Well, I didn't do it for a couple of weeks because I was just so frustrated with the game and so annoyed. Oh, Squid, I've melted down multiple times over Jevil. I still haven't ever beat Jevil. Maybe like once a year I'll boot it up again and try. And I've been doing that for, what, 6 years? 7 years? How old is chapter 1? I can't beat him. But I can't beat Gerson either, and I didn't even know you could beat the night fight when I first did it, and I was like, I'm not reloading that. It's fine. So, but I did Spampton. I can do that. I did Spampton Neo. That's the only one I've successfully done. But yeah, so, obviously, because when I was playing Chapter 4, I had a bit of we had the, what shall we call it? The accessibility incident. The great accessibility incident. Which is the statue fight, or whatever you want to call it, where it has audio cues, and has like a little quiz to test whether or not you're deaf, but it doesn't tell you that's what it's asking, and so a lot of deaf people like answered it because they just guessed correctly, or they got a friend to come over and tell them, and didn't realize that by not answering these cryptic questions correctly, it would lock them out of the visual accessibility feature for the next boss fight, and it would leave them on an audio-only based fight when they were deaf. What happened with me, and the thing is, it's like, I'm sure that the questions from Susie do genuinely catch some people who are actually deaf. Susie goes, "Hey Chris, do you hear that sound? What direction is it coming from?" And you tell her, and then she's like, "And what kind of instrument is it?" And then you tell her. And if you answer truthfully, you don't get the accessibility feature. The next fight is something saying left, right, left, left, and they come through your left and right audio channels. Oh, Rocio, did you not know? They come through your left and right audio channels on your headphones or speakers. So if you're deaf in one or both ears, and you answered Susie's questions truthfully, either because you guessed, or you got, like, your sibling to come in the room and answer for you, you can't do the fight. And you might be like, okay, but surely for some deaf people, it worked out okay. But if you tell Susie, no, I can't hear anything at all, you get lights that flash on the left and right side of the screen, and you can follow those, and you can copy the pattern of the lights instead of copying the pattern of the voice saying left, right? So there's an accessibility way around it. Maybe how about don't have an audio-based fight in the first place? Or how about don't have an accessibility questionnaire that's hidden as an in-game interaction? Oh, but it'd take people out of it if the game just paused and asked if you were deaf. No, I don't think it would, because before you get into the mic fight, it asks what your mic sensitivity is, and it lets you change and reset your mic sensitivity throughout the entire fight. Or if they're really worried, they could just have, before you load your save file, have a pop-up that comes up asking if you're deaf or not. And then it's not interrupting the game, right? But you're like, okay, well, Prince, why did it bother you? You're not deaf. No. But I do have tinnitus in my right ear, or tinnitus if you're American. So what that means for me, my right ear is very sensitive. Sometimes I get ringing in it, sometimes I get pain in it, and if I hear any sounds that only come out of the right earphone, it, like, immediately gives me earache that lasts for hours. Not if it's just one sound, but if it's repeated sounds, if it's happening for more than, like, a minute, maybe even more than 30 seconds, it will give me earache. And that's also true, like, if someone were to stand on my right side and whisper in my right ear, it would cause me earache. So I answered Susie's questions truthfully, partially because I could perfectly hear everything that was happening, because I'm not deaf. And partially because she was asking Chris, and we've established that Chris is a separate being from the player. And I was like, I thought the questions were weird, but I didn't realize it was an accessibility thing. I thought it was strange, but I didn't clock that that's what it was. There might be some people who answer honestly because they're like, well, I'm deaf, but Chris isn't, right? So I answered honestly because I can hear, and then the fight started and it immediately gave me earache that lasted for hours. I had to quit out of the game without saving in order to get back to that room and lie to Susie and tell her I was deaf so that I got the lights, and then I just turned off all the volume in my game and played it by following the lights instead of listening to the audio. That's shit. That's shit. Like, I know I've said before, I wish Deltarune had an easy mode because... And I wish games overall had easy modes because I think easy modes, frankly, are accessibility features. I don't think it ruins your game. I think it allows more people to play your game. People who don't feel very good at video games can still try and fall in love with the world that you've made, right? But, like, no, this is actually genuine accessibility features. Like, what the fuck? Obviously Toby accounted for deaf people, but just kind of hid the accessibility questionnaire as a riddle that not everyone understood. But didn't account for or isn't aware of people being deaf in only one ear or people having tinnitus. Because they could easily, they all easily, you know, we all went past the accessibility questionnaire with ease because we didn't know what it was. And then got fucked. So that left me pretty upset. You know, if you couldn't figure that out. So I was already pretty peeved. And then I got to the final boss fight. And I was, it took a few attempts and I died and I got upset and we quit and then I didn't play the game for a couple of weeks because I was too upset. And then I couldn't play the game for a couple of weeks because I couldn't stream. And I kept thinking, this is one more thing that's like on my plate that's stressing me out that I haven't finished Deltarune. I'd really like it over with. So I booted up the game. And I started, and I don't know, I guess we'd have to watch the VOD back. It didn't restart me near the boss fight, it restarted me back before the fountain cutscene, and I had to redo the whole fountain climb, and then the baby spawn fight, and then the second fountain climb, and I don't know why, because that seems a bit unfair, because I hate the climbing, I'm really bad at it, I'm not very fast at it, and very nimble at it. I don't know if that could potentially be maybe I like rage quit last time instead of like getting to the game over screen and clicking give up, but I'll be honest, I don't remember at all. Oh, you had to do that too? Okay, maybe that is just generally where it restarts you, in which case, that sucks. So I had to redo all of that, and then we're here at the fight. And I got actually further than I'd ever gotten before. I got to a point where it was like, the shield wasn't replenishing. It was just staying down every turn. And I was like, oh, and then I died. And then I did the next round and I died immediately. And then I did another go and I died immediately. And, thing number one, after I died the second time, I noticed there was a little cup guy at the edge of the screen. And I went back and he had a couple chests for me that had healing items in. Which, I appreciate the thought, but Toby Fox, what good is that? My inventory is full of health items, the same exact health items that you are giving me in these boxes. If I accept them, if I open the chest and take the item, they just go in my storage, which I currently cannot access. Because there's no save point anywhere near here for me to go and access my storage. So, this can only be for people who don't have a full inventory, but how would you get here without a full inventory? And if you say, well, maybe you took damage during the fountain climb, I will say, yes, I did too. However, once the fountain climb's over, a cutscene plays where Susie fully heals you. She fully heals everyone, and then you walk over here to do the boss fight. You go into the boss fight, like, fully healed, so there's no need to ever use any of your heal items. Like, you're at somewhere where you can buy heal items, and then the fountain climb happens, and then you do the spawn fight, and then the second fountain climb happens, and then you get automatically fully healed. I suppose there could be some people who used up some of their items during the spawn fight, not knowing that right after that there'd be a cutscene where you get fully healed. I don't know how many people that happened to. It didn't happen to me. And I'm not great at the game. And then every time I kept dying, third time, fourth time, fifth time, sixth time, the cup guy had like an extra chest every single round, and it didn't feel helpful. It felt kind of patronizing, I'll be honest. Mr. Fox, because all that was inside them was more Rhapsodies, which is not the best heal item in the game. Only heals one individual player at a time, and like, my inventory's full. What am I gonna do with all these? And it did get to a point, I did have a breakdown earlier. I was crying, and I was saying mean things about myself, and that I wasn't having fun, and I didn't want to keep playing. And then I had try number 7. And I got back to the bit that I'd managed to get to before. Oh no, that's because there is a big bar at the bottom. Where it's just shooting, like, it's big ball pellets over and over again, and the shield's not going back up, and I was like, okay. And I did go on YouTube, and I did watch a bit of a video of someone beating it, because I just wanted to know how much of the fight was left, because I was like, there's no way you actually have to get this guy down to 0 HP, because that would be ridiculous, and you don't have to. So I was like, okay, once it gets to this point where it puts its wings back up, that's the set. I'm okay. And here we are, and its wings are back up. All you guys missed was me having to repeatedly fight it the same way you saw me fight it last time. And then it brought its wings back out, and it healed itself by 3000 HP. And Susie was like, what the fuck? And we all hit it, and it only did 10 damage per hit. And then it healed itself by 3000 HP. And Susie's like, Ralsei, how do we beat this thing? And now Ralsei is answering her question. And this is where we are. God, it only took, what, 2 hours of stream? I opened Google. I saw, Guillermo del Toro's Frankenstein just debuted at, like, a film festival, so the first people ever saw it, and it's getting 5 stars. It's getting 5 out of 5 stars. Oh! I'm so glad. Frankenstein review from the Radio Times. Guillermo del Toro's gory and glorious creation is a triumph. 5 out of 5 stars. Yes! I'm not gonna read the review, I don't want to be spoiled. I mean, I know the plot of Frankenstein, but what I mean is, like, the visuals will be new, and the costumes will be new, and don't tell me what the creature looks like. I'm hoping book accuracy. I know we've seen a little bit of his face, and he can, well, firstly, he can talk, because he talks in the trailer, so that's already a massive bonus point, because most adaptations of Frankenstein have him just go like, and that's not how he talk. In the book, he can fully speak English like an adult. He's very eloquent, so all I want book-accurate creature. I want a creature who is, like, a sentient adult who can talk. I want Creech who is tall. I want Creech who, is not the universal monster creature that has, like, the bolts in his neck and the big square. That's not what he looks like. I want Creech who is not green. And I want Creech who, ideally, like in the book, has blue eyes and long black hair. I'll compromise on the blue eyes. I want the long black hair. That's what he has in the book. Given the long black hair. I'm gonna be a... I just think maybe from the picture it looks like he might be bald, but we can't see. He's got, like, a hood and stuff up. He definitely doesn't have blue eyes. I think they're brown. That's fine. I don't expect the actor to wear coloured contacts. That's fine. Please have a wig on. Please. I mean, okay, and here's the thing. It's not gonna be the end of the world for me, like, the Royal Ballet's Frankenstein Ballet. Frankenstein, the creature's bald. So I can be okay with a bald Creech. My number one thing was that I want him to be a person. I want him to be able to talk. I don't want him to be like a baby in an adult body. And he is clearly a person. That was the most important thing. Speaking of... Before I press play on the game, I don't know if I clicked like on the post. I'd love to read you a Tumblr post I saw the other day. Oh, I did. Okay. It's from Frankensteinery on Tumblr. Am I the asshole for not telling my fiance I know he's queer? I, 20s, F, have a 20s, M, fiance. We'll call him V. And he's been talking about this terrible secret he cannot tell me, and he keeps almost starting to come out and then backing out. The issue is V and I were raised together by his parents, and my surrogate, 40s father, and now deceased surrogate mother, arranged for our marriage back when we were both children. They thought it was the best for us, and at the time we were too young to realise the implications. I had no reason to reject the match. When we were teenagers, our mother was on her deathbed, and she told us again she wished for us to marry. Of course, we both agreed. However, he's also friends with a 20s male guy called H, and they were nearly inseparable as boys and teens. They also went to university together and shared an apartment, but V had to come home due to family reasons. Lately, he's been going out all day and coming home at night, hours later. He insists he's fine, and that we all leave him alone and not to worry for him, but I think he and H have been sneaking around. He even delayed our wedding day by arranging a trip to go to England alone with H. It's exhausting for all of us. I think I should tell V I know he's gay and support him and that we can call off the marriage, but I'm not sure the best course of action. I'm completely fine with not marrying him. He always felt more like a brother to me anyway, but I worry it might come off wrong. The worst part is he's really beating himself up about it. He's so guilty it's beginning to take a toll on his health. I don't care if he has a boyfriend, I just want him to be happy. Edit. Never mind, he built an 8 feet tall creature in his dorm. It's a good post from Frankensteinery on Tumblr. Oh god, what else is in my Tumblr? No, someone wrote this in 2022, this post is from, but like, someone's gonna say this one day and not be joking. Discourse from, this is from TIIXIJ, discourse from the year 2043. Getting a song stuck in your head is immoral because it takes money away from the artist that would get paid for it if you were actually listening to it. That made my skin crawl. Because why does that sound like something some idiot's gonna say? Also, I was very happy because someone, if you reblog it, have I already reblogged it? Yes, on my Empty Mask blog, someone made a comic about Aries. Not Hades Aries, just Aries in general. Kochei 0. Kochei 0, like the number 0. I love it so much because it's, you guys have heard my Aries rambles. Mostly about the Hades game version of Aries, but you know, that people are so... That's my husband, he's in the top corner of the screen. I like, you know, it's so easy to be like, oh, what a violent, icky god of war. I don't want to worship Aries. I don't want to think about Aries. And when it's... But what I've always said on stream when I've rambled to you guys about him, is like, okay, but like... Also, like, war and fighting... It's not... You know, wars and fights aren't just an oppressor oppressing people. It's also the rebellion that happens when the minority rises up, right? Like, it's also, you know, it's fighting against oppressors. It's also, like, fighting, like, I've said, is it not a fight to fight your depression every day? Is it not a fight in a war to get out of bed despite being depressed? Like, is it not a fight just to exist as a trans person in the UK? And it's so beautifully drawn. It's like a full comic. Also, like, in Greek mythology, Ares is one of the few gods that from what I remember, that, like, actually treats women pretty well. I mean, I know Aphrodite's married and he still goes after her anyway, but he's, like, one of the few that, as far as I have read, hasn't assaulted anyone, which is, like, a pretty high bar. I mean, it's a pretty low bar when it comes to Greek god standards. actually seems like he's actually pretty, that he drinks his respect women juices. But it's such a pretty comic. But basically agreeing with me. Ares gives hope and strength to the righteousness, he inspires rebellions. When Athena is deaf to our pleas, Ares embraces us. With his anger, I revolt against injustice. With his resilience, I fight against despair. With his strength, I hold on to my ideals, even on the brink of madness. He might not be reasonable, wise, or cautious, but he does not forsake us. Should you play Hades? I mean, I'm kind of biased. Okay, here's what I will say about Hades. Because, you know, you guys know me a little. I don't like playing combat in games. But I love playing Hades. And I never thought I would. I've never played a game like Hades. I've never played a roguelike before. I'm not someone who likes killing things. I think I don't feel guilty about it in Hades because, like, what you're killing are, like, ghosts that immediately just kind of respawn as soon as you leave the room, so you're not really killing anything. But as someone who's never played a game like that, and as someone who doesn't like combat, I really enjoy it. I enjoy it in my own way. Like, there's a bunch of different weapons you can use, and you're supposed to use all of them and level up all of them. I don't. I only use the bow and arrow. That's my weapon. I can't play the game with any of the others. It doesn't spark joy. But if you're like me and didn't play it for years because you thought it might be too difficult, there's an easy mode. There's an easy mode. It's called God mode. And I like forgot about it because God mode sounds like hard mode. If someone says, "Oh, do you want to play God mode?" I'd be like, that sounds like super special hard mode. But it's not. It's the easy mode setting. This is what I mean when I'm so passionate about just put an easy mode in your games. It's an accessibility feature. It will get more people playing your games. Like, and I already loved Hades before I started playing it. I already had some official merchandise and some fun merchandise before I started playing it. But I bought more official merchandise after actually getting to play it, and the only way I was able to play it is because there's an easy mode, and it's called God mode, and you can turn it on at the beginning when you start a save file, and you've got like 3 different save slots, so you can try a regular gameplay, and if you don't like it, you can just start a second save slot with God mode turned on. It took me a while to get used to controls because I'm not used to like running around and playing video games. I constantly forgot about the cast function. I was just like attacking everything with a bow and arrow. Forgot about my cast. I'm worried that when I restart playing the game, because I have played Hades, I just haven't touched it for like almost a year now because I took a little break from it and then I meant to get back into it, and now I'm worried that my PC can't open it anymore. I haven't tried. But I really enjoy it. And every time you die, you get stronger. Like, literally. Like, every time you die, every time Zagreus dies, it literally says your damage resistance, like, goes up, essentially. So, literally, the more you die, you will genuinely be better the next round, because you will take less damage the next round, essentially. So it doesn't feel like every time you die that you're a big old failure, because you get to level up more. And every time you die, like, every time I die in Deltarune, I have to restart the same fight and I feel like shit. Every time you die in Hades, not only does it level you up a bit, but the only way to get back to the house, to the lounge, to Achilles, to Cerberus, to talk to them again, is by dying. Like, they don't, like, so if you're like, man, I really miss Achilles, I wish I could talk to him right now. But, like, dying doesn't feel like as much of a punishment when, oh, well, I died, I'm back here. However, now I can talk to all the characters that only appear in the house, and I can progress my relationships with them. I can give them ambrosia, I can give them nectar, I can get keepsakes from them, I can go to my room and I can upgrade the mirror, right? Like, I can switch out to a different weapon, or I can upgrade the weapons. Like, it doesn't feel as shit as, like, when I die in Hades. I never remember wanting to cry from dying in Hades. I've had many breakdowns crying trying to beat Deltarune, so maybe that's just because of how much I love the game, but for me personally, like, it doesn't feel like as much of a slide backwards and a punishment, especially knowing that, like, I literally, okay, my damage resistance has gone up every time I've died, you know? And it didn't take me too many attempts. I remember getting stuck at Mega Rare for a while. Like, boss of area number 1 I got stuck at for a while, and then eventually beat. Boss of area number 2, I beat first try. Boss of area number 3 took a lot more attempts. Final boss of area number 4 also took a lot more attempts. But it's amazing now, like, I've just from playing for like a couple months, I went from, oh god, if I beat area number 3, because you can buy death defies, which essentially are extra lives from the mirror in your bedroom. And it was getting to a point where if I was getting to the final boss and I only had like 3 lives out of my 4 lives left, I knew I wasn't going to beat it. Never mind if I had 2, never mind if I had 1, right? So I'd get out of area 3 with only 1 life left, and I knew this one's dead. I'll keep trying, but it's dead, because I know I can't beat the final boss with only 1 life left. And so I would always, like, be like, God, I hope the character shows up who sells me extra death defies, please. Like, because there's a character you can meet who will sell you, like, life replenishes, essentially. And I'm like, if he doesn't show up, but he doesn't show up, everyone. I was like, if he doesn't show up, I'm fucked. Please show up. Oh, he didn't show up. Oh god, the run's dead. Oh no. And now, I don't lose any...
I'm realizing now we've not officially met. It's good to know you.
It's good to know you too, Patroclus. So it's gone from like, please show up, if you don't show up to replenish my lives, I'm fucked, I'll never beat the game, to when he does show up, I'm like, oh hi, this is awkward. I can actually easily beat the game without having to replenish my lives now, so I kind of don't need anything from you. And that was just in like a month or two, like maybe a month of playing, a month or two of playing, and I was only playing like once or twice a week. And I had a lot of fun. The further you play in the game, you can start fishing, and you can start, you can like decorate the house, if that's enticing. I haven't decorated shit. But I love the game. As someone who like never enjoys playing stuff where you just run around and kill things, I love the game. So I don't know if that means anything. Very similar to the stuff my therapist has told me about anger. I used to feel ashamed for being angry. I was told that anger is an emotion that tells us something is wrong and needs to change. Yeah. I think a lot of me as an autistic person, a lot of us struggle with anger and can definitely feel very guilty about it. But, you know, not to make, like, fandom references, but if you think about, like, Anakin in Star Wars, and, like, those shitty Jedi teachings of basically like, hey, whenever you feel anger or sadness or negative emotions, push it down and ignore it, because if you feel anger, you are a bad person. And then, guess what that did? It just made him very mentally ill and evil. So, like, maybe don't tell people that. Maybe if he hadn't been told that, he'd be a fine boy. That's what happened if you get told that anger is terrible. It's just another emotion. And plenty of times angry's completely justified, especially if someone's, like, being a dick to you or, like, abusing you, you know? And yeah, and I get it. I don't like feeling angry, and I don't like feeling frustrated. Like, that's why I've been playing these games off stream. Because if I start to get angry or frustrated, if I get, like, autism anger, then it's like I need to be left on my own, because I feel like my body is just, like, buzzing in a very horrible way that feels like, I need, like, my body's got so much anger coiled in it that I need, like, one of those, like, rage rooms. And I hate that. And sometimes I feel bad. I'm like, yeah, if I got to throw a plate across the room right now, that might help. But it's like, no, that's terrible. That's like something an abusive person would say. No, it's not. If I wanted to hit a human being, then it would be abusive. And I do not want to hit a human being. I never want to lay a hand on a human being. I'm very pacifistic. But sometimes, and I don't know if other autistic people can relate, it just feels like when you get really angry that there's, like, energy in your body that needs to be expelled. And I would never raise my hand to another human being, but I do need to, like, punch my pillow right now. Like, because there's this energy in my body that I can't get out. that needs to get out. And that always makes me feel really guilty, because then I'm like, does that mean I'm violent? Will people think I'm a violent person? It's like, no, because you don't want to hit a person, do you? I'm like, no, God, never. And that's the thing that I still struggle with. I feel like horrible about just sitting on stream like, oh my God, what if chat thinks I'm violent? And it's like, no. That's like, people literally have stress balls. It's not much different than having a stress ball, right? When people have stress balls, they're squeezing something really hard to get that energy out. But does that mean everyone has a stress ball would squeeze someone's neck and choke them? No. But when I get frustrated, like how I do when I try and fight Jevil, or how I did when trying to fight this, it can either be like a kind of thing, but usually it will result in me crying my eyes out. And that's also not fun. Like, if I get angry, I can sometimes be like, I've got this energy in me, I need to get out. But if I get frustrated, it usually will end up manifesting as crying rather than, like, anger. If I get frustrated, instead of being like, slap me in a rage room, folks, let me just throw a plate at the wall, instead it'll... And I would never do that, by the way. Like, I don't just, like, throw dishes around. Like, if I get that energy, I will just be like, alright, if I really feel like I need it out of me, I can just, like, hit my pillow or my bed, right? I wouldn't actually be like, I'm gonna go and break some of my precious plate, like, I'm gonna break some of my parents' dishware. Like, I've never done that. I will just be like, okay, stress ball or something, right? But how I get when I can't beat a level in a game, when I start to get frustrated, well, some people like the frustration when they play games. It makes them feel alive or whatever. But for me, if it takes more than, like, 2 times to beat something, sometimes if it takes more than 1 time to beat something, the way that the frustration manifests is I start saying really mean things about me. Like, it manifests as insecurities, it manifests as me... really bad. Like, when I've tried to beat Jevil's fight off stream, and I've died again, my brain has flashed intrusive thoughts saying that I need to die. And that's not good. And I would never, because I'm not in that mental space anymore. But that's what extreme frustration does. And not even extreme, that's what like, maybe a level of frustration that other people would just be like, get a little bit of gamer rage at. It makes my brain go there. And that's why I won't beat Jevil anymore, because that's really not healthy. I can't control those thoughts happening, but what I can control is closing down the game, because this is not a thing that I need to do in order to live my life. So I do not try and beat Jevil anymore. That's my self-care. And I was so close to giving up on this one, because I was like, am I getting to a point where I'm, like, saying mean things to myself? But I gave it one last go, and here we are. But, because the thing is, Jevil is optional, right? You need to do this fight. Part of me was crying because I was so frustrated, and then it was added, what I was crying about as well is, like, I won't be able to play Chapter 5 if I don't beat this. And yes, you technically can open a file for a different level of deltarune. Like, you can open a Chapter 4 save file without ever playing Chapter 3. However, if I were to open a Chapter 5 save file without beating Chapter 4, it would not carry my progress over. So my beautiful castle town that's full of so many people that I've met along my journey, they'd all be gone. All of my money and my items that I've collected over the course of these games, they'd all be gone. Giving tenor to Metaton, gone. Never happened. I don't want to bring them. So, like, I was also crying, so I was like, no, because if I don't beat this, I can't play Chapter 5. Because Chapter 5's meant to come out next year. So... But I did it, and we're here, and we're 2 hours into stream. 2 birds, 1 stone, throw water at the floor to get the Angie out. And then it will force you to clean. That's a very smart, that's big brain. I'm sorry I didn't say hi to everyone at the beginning of stream. I was like, I'll say hi after I say this, and then I went on a date everything rant. Forgive me, I haven't streamed in like a week, so there was rambles locked inside me. Oh my god, speaking of angels, and then I haven't streamed for a while, I'm not gonna go on a rant. All I'm gonna say is, if you don't follow me on socials or you're not in my Discord, maybe you don't know that I'm entirely obsessed with Doael from the new Cookie Run update. And I have safe for work art I've drawn of them, sorry, they use they them pronouns, of them, and Pure Vanilla Cookie on my Empty Masks Tumblr and Blue Sky. And not safe for work of them on my The Vampire Prince Tumblr and Blue Sky. And I am currently working on another Doael not safe for work drawing. And, like, you might be like, oh, you simp for him? You simp for them? It's like, no, you don't understand. It's not like, oh, Ares, Lucifer, Loki, these are my fictional husbands. No, it's not like that. Oh, is it like with the Starion, where it's like, that's your fictional BFF? No, it's not like that either. Is this what, like, June... actually, Raya, is this what June feels like with Shadow? He's my weird little... They're my weird little bug. They've just immediately become, like... I played the update, and I played the whole story, and I was like... I think I need to draw them, like, 100 times. I wanna... Yeah, I wanna, like, keep them and, like, observe them. And actually, it's a good thing I thought about Doael, because... Before we get into the game, let me tell you guys what audios are coming up this week. Tonight's audio isn't going to be for everyone. It's not going to be for most of you, I am sorry. But it was something that got requested. And I wanted to do it because, not tonight's audio, sorry! Tomorrow's audio. I thought it was Monday because I was streaming. Tomorrow's audio. Monday's audio. Most of you might skip because, it's my first explicitly, like, M4TF audio. It is a coming out comfort for trans women, which I've always wanted to do. But, I've never got requested before, but someone requested it, and I thought, well, that's we'll just see. Because I don't know how many trans femmes are in my audience. The majority of my audience seems to be trans masks, because I am trans mask, and we've magnetized to each other. But I have, obviously the majority of my stuff is M4A. I have absolutely no problem with trans femmes and trans women listening to my stuff. It just... I've never had requests for trans women listeners before, so I've just assumed maybe there's not that many of you listening. The only reason why I do... And I've talked about, yes, I tend to do more M4M than M4F audios. They do better. I don't know what to say. The majority of my audience is men. A majority of my audience is trans men, trans masks. I need to make money. But that's tonight's audio. So obviously I know a bunch of you will skip it because a bunch of you are male aligned. And that's fine. Wednesday's audio. It's Cookie Wednesday. Who do you think it could be? Who do you think, do you think I might have been possessed again, like how I was with, Astarion and, Volt and Eddie? Yeah, that's true. It's because I started out making audio as a Victor from Arcane, and all trans masks are drawn like moths to a flame. when it comes to Victor. So Wednesday's audio is Doyle. They're gonna confess their love for you. I'm sure it'll all go really, really well. And you can be happy together forever. It's Doyle, so like trigger warnings, religious themes, and manipulation. If you haven't read the story. The trigger warnings are at the beginning of the video description. And if neither of those sound like your cup of tea, you can get cozy on Saturday for a 2-hour-long sleep aid with Valentine. Why is it 2 hours long? Usually your sleep aids are an hour. Because you're gonna fall asleep to a little movie with him. And the movie noise is going to play in the background. You may say, Prince, what if you get, like, copyright claimed? I won't. It's a movie that's not in the Content ID system. I know that it's not. I know the audio from that movie is not in the Content ID system. And you know it too. But the reason it's 2 hours is because I wasn't sure if everyone would want or enjoy the TV noise in the background, and I did put the audio of the movie or TV special through like a little filter to make it more like sound like a CRT audio. However, if the TV sound is too distracting, it's 2 hours long, so that this timestamp. So from the beginning of the video up until about 38 minutes in is just Valentine talking. At 38 minutes in, movie start. And you both fall asleep during it. However, if you don't want the dulcet sounds of a certain 1980s musical sci-fi extravaganza in the background, you can skip to 1 hour and 23 minutes in the video once the film is over and there's just the sleep sounds of Valentine breathing and there is no more energy all around. And if you don't know what hints I've been dropping for what movie this is, well, you'll just have to find out. But multiple people asked for sleep aid with Valentine. And I was like, hey, wouldn't it be funny? And I can't remember if someone was like, maybe there was like a sleepover. And I was like, yeah, and you could have been watching a movie. Wait. You could be watching a movie. And if you, and for my Patreon members, if you are in the familiar or fledgling tier, there will be 2 versions of the audio up on Patreon. The version up for stream on Patreon, YouTube and Soundgasm will have the TV sound in the background. But if you don't like TV, I really tried to balance it really well so it wouldn't be too loud, but it was loud enough that you could still hear it and understand what was happening. But if you really don't like the sound, there will also be, for download on Patreon, the version with the TV sound and the version without the TV sound. So there will be a version to download on Patreon that just has, like, Valentine rambling over the movie, like, when certain scenes happen, but you won't actually be able to hear the sound of the movie. Okay, I think that's housekeeping over now. I think that's everything. I'm still really anxious. Because, like, I really wanted to go and view those properties. But seeing that Patreon says minus 900, I'm like, what if I can't afford either of them anymore? And I guess I could go view them. That doesn't mean I have to make an offer. But it does mean I don't feel safe to make an offer until... When's the 5th? Friday? That's a whole week away. I don't like that. I mean, both of them have been on the market a while. The area I'm looking to move to now is not as popular as the previous one. But I'll sure feel real sad if it turns out, oh, Patreon was wrong, you are getting enough money, and both of those properties have gone. I'm not going to be too happy. I don't know what to do, but I don't I don't feel like I can make an offer on them. If Patreon's correct, and, you know, my Etsy is surely going to go down because I can't ship to the US, and also it's going down because I'm losing money on giving everyone refunds for all these people who want to cancel their order. And no shame if you do, it's just a fact of it, you know? And not getting as many commissions in, I'm a bit, I don't know. I mean, I guess Patreon starts charging people on the 1st. I get the money withdrawn on the 5th, but people start getting charged on the 1st if you're on a recurring subscription, so I guess maybe I could wait till the 2nd. And then at least I'd have a better idea on how much... Not everyone's money gets pulled in the first 24 hours because some people's banks are slow or some people get declined the first time or whatever, but... Like, I feel like I'm, like, stuck in this, like, I was gonna ring them, the estate agents, to view the properties tomorrow, and now I'm like... I don't know if I have any money anymore. I mean, and yeah, I have plenty of savings. But I don't have enough savings to just buy the property. And I won't have enough savings to buy the property unless I live at home for another 10, 20 years. And I'm not doing that. So that leaves me with, like... Maybe, I don't know, I feel like I'll have to talk to Julia, because we were talking about it yesterday, and she was like, go ahead, trade out the properties today, and then, you know, go and, book to view them on Monday. But now I don't know anymore. Oh, Green has a new baby. What's the baby's name, Green? I'll talk to Julie about it. I'll feel better once I've talked to Julie about it. Baby does have name? What is baby name? You do not know? Oh. Oh, why is it like a character from something and you just don't remember its name? Green has got a tiny dinosaur that clings to his thumb and screams. Right. No? Oh. Oh, when you said does, I thought you were agreeing to me. I thought you were answering the question of does he have a name? And I thought you were going, he does, as in like, yes, he do have a name. But I think maybe you were just going, yes, I do have a baby. Not, yes, he do have a name. I see. Alright. I was just seeing if Julie was awake. She was, but I think she fell back asleep. And that's okay. Shall we? I don't remember, do I remember the voices I do for anyone? Fucking hell. I haven't voice acted in a while. Oh, and that's the nice thing about streaming Hades. I don't have to voice act shit. I can just relax. I don't have to say anything. And I always worry that my Hades streams are boring because I'm like barely talking because I'm so focused, but it's like... And that's one of the reasons I stopped, is because I felt like they weren't fun for anyone to watch because I'm so focused on doing the game that I don't talk a lot while I'm doing it. And I don't want to talk over the voice acting. That I don't know if they were satisfying for anyone to watch. But I haven't played it off stream. I've wanted to, but I haven't played it off stream since I last streamed it for you guys last year because I feel bad if I play it off stream because, like, I haven't finished the main story and I want you guys to see how it ends. Well, not ends. Hades never ends. Once you finish the main story, you can keep playing it forever. Kind of like, you know, once, like, you finish upgrading your house in Animal Crossing, you can still keep playing Animal Crossing, right? Like... Oh, you go back and watch them? Oh no. Have you teeheed... Yeah, oh, no, Hades never... When you actually finish the main plotline of the game, then it's just like, okay, cool. So do you want to keep doing ones just for fun? And then you can just keep doing ones for fun, and keep bonding with the side characters more and improving your relationship with them, and keep buying new decorations for the house. You've watched... Some people have been watching the old Hades VODs. Oh no, that means they've seen my reaction to when Ares pops up on screen. I wish I could tell you that it was fake, but it was not. It was so genuine. Every time that man... Right. Game time. Susie said something, how do we beat this guy? I don't know. Took me another 3,000? Yeah, he likes that 3150 number. I'm not very good at the fight mechanics because I've never used it before. It seems we were only damaging its outer shell. As long as the inside is intact, this battle will just keep... Oh, that was 10,000. I suppose we just have to keep on fight. I mean, I guess I'll say, you know, if you keep fighting it forever, that does stop it from destroying the world. It won't be able to destroy the world if it's locked in battle with you. But, I mean, eventually you're gonna run out of healing items, and eventually you're gonna need to... Well, I guess Darkness don't need to eat to survive, but Chris and Susie do. They're gonna pass out from starvation at some point. Just have to keep fighting. Old man! I did see, okay. I didn't want to spoil myself, so I haven't listened to the soundtrack past this point, and I also haven't... I was just watching to see how much of the fight I had left, and I did see the old man showed up, and then I immediately stopped, so I haven't seen anything past this. What are you all giving up for? This is as far as I've seen. You're not out of ideas yet, are you? Is this like when we fight Queen and everyone combines in our big mech? Old man? I thought you were... I was looking for a change of scenery. Oh yeah! Oh my god, I forgot. I'm so stupid. I'm not stupid, that's mean. I was like, yeah, old man. Because I haven't played the game in like a month. No! Not, oh yeah, old man. Yeah, oh yeah, Gerson's here. No! How? No, I should be going, what the fuck? Because Gerson was in the first Dark Sanctuary. And then... He's not supposed to be in this one, remember? Susie was looking for him and he wasn't there, and all she found was one of his statues had come to life. And Susie was desperately wishing that he would show back up in this one. And he didn't. And Elsie was like, look, Susie, every dark one's different. He's just not necessarily going to be here, especially since, like, he a ghost, not a darkner. Is this the same music as his... This is Gerson's secret boss fight, yes? Music? It's the same music, right? Which I like, because I like that it's got bits of Undyne's theme in there, because, in Undertale, Gerson was Undyne's, like, teacher and mentor. Which is why also in his fight it uses the, similar to Undyne in Undertale, it has the arrow key thing. It's very sweet. Spidey senses tingled, his new adoptive daughter needed help. This is a bit ridiculous. Come on, let's get this far. Yeah! Oh. Old man! He genuinely oh my god, we can use him in a way that's not just walking across the screen. Oh, I didn't know there was more fight. Can it still do damage to me? I'm worried. Your soul shone on the old man and Susie. Not bad. Right? So we've only on the outside. And you know what to do, right? I don't. I guess it's this one again. Chris, I got an idea. But, you're gonna have to put your life in my hands. You're not gonna throw his inside his... I almost called it his hole and then I immediately had instant regret. His... mouth? Eye? Kinda literally. Then what am I asking for? We both know I got this, right? Let's go. Susie's idea. No. Am I going in? Now screw it. Get dunked on. No, that's what San says! Oh no, we went in its face hole. Hello thing that looks similar to the background from when we were first making our guy in chapter 1. Oh sure, I mean if the soul explodes light while it's inside it. It's like making it swallow a bomb, huh? We did it! Hey, Chris, what's the deal with that red heart thing? Oh, don't mind me. I'm just a random person from another dimension that accidentally has control of Chris's body sometimes, and they hate me, but they don't understand I'm trying my best. I just wanted to play a fun game. Is that your... Oh, wait a sec. The old man. Come on, we still gotta talk to him. No, we... No, we don't. Susie. Okay. Things I've been thinking about since we last played. Obviously, Chris does not want us going into the bunker. Chris seemingly knows the password, but isn't telling Susie. And isn't telling us, the player. Noelle's mom also knows the password and seems to have been working with Chris in order to purposely make sure that Susie doesn't find the password, and sadly also on the way cock-blocking her. Now, could the cock-blocking be accidental? Could it be that Chris has a crush on Susie and they're jealous? I don't know. I have a theory. Because I think Des might not be off at college. I don't know if it's ever been established what happened to Des, Noelle's oldest sister. I just assumed they were at college like Asriel. But Des has the code for the bunker in her guitar. Like, it's written on the inside of her guitar. So she knew how to get in there. Des also seems to not be around, and no one seems to really want to touch on why. We know that something happened with, like, Carol, Noelle's mom, and Undyne, and Chris seemingly all know how to get in the bunker. We know that Chris used to hang out with Des when they were younger. We know that some incident happened that got Asgore kicked off the police force. And whatever it was, Carol, Noelle's mom, still, like, defends him and likes him and has been hiring him. Like, as a cleaner, like, is, like, taking pity on him or something. And I did see someone else point out, just because I saw it in a YouTube thumbnail, I didn't watch the video, because I didn't want to watch any theory videos till I'd finished the game, that the knight has horns that are shaped exactly the same as Noelle's family. As the horns that Noelle and Rudy and Carol have. So my current, hey, maybe this is a thing. Okay. I'm not going with Gaster as the knight. I don't think Gaster is the knight. I think Gaster is Eggman. And maybe Gaster isn't evil. Maybe he's a neutral party. I think the knight might be Des, or might have killed Des. I think Des somehow, maybe Des and Chris got into the bunker. Maybe Des and Chris and Asriel were messing around in the bunker when they were younger. Something happened. Because, like, it's so easy to see Noelle's mom as just like, oh, she's a bitch. She sucks. But if I'm gonna try and be nice, and I don't want to be nice to her because I think she sucks, because regardless, because, okay, she might be really harsh and really strict and not want anyone in the bunker because her other daughter died in there or got trapped in there or fell into the dark world and couldn't get out or something, right? That doesn't excuse, if that's true, I'm going to say this right now, that doesn't excuse her treating Noelle like shit because she's horrible to Noelle. She's horrible to Noelle. I get that you might have lost a child. If it's true that she did lose a child, I don't care. That doesn't mean you get to treat your other child like shit and control their lives. I don't, right, I want, you know. So, I think potentially Des and Knight have some sort of connection, or at least Des went in the bunker. And we know the bunker leads to the Dark World because we saw the Knight take Undyne in there. And we hear the phone static noise coming from there, right? I think Chris knows what happened, but maybe. I think maybe Chris knows what happened. That's why Chris is secretly working with and contacting Carol Holiday to be like, hey, Susie's about to find the code, you know, we're about to find the code. Not necessarily because Chris is evil, because we haven't seen anything to show that Chris is evil, especially, like, the fact that they genuinely like Susie, defend her, blush when they touch hands, when Susie takes Chris's knife from them. So I think it could be more likely Chris is just trying to protect it. Chris is just trying to protect everyone and is like, I don't want Susie to go in the bunker because Susie might die because Des went in there and didn't come out again. That's what's going around in my brain. Do I have theory of, like, how we, the Red Heart, got paired with Chris? No, I don't know. I don't know about that. Because if we are Chris's soul, why, you know, like, when we were playing Undertale, we were playing as Frisk, and also Frisk's soul, like, that was just the same thing. But with Chris, we can control that soul, but either it's not Chris's, and we've shoved it in their body, or somehow we've got control of what is meant to be Chris's. I don't know. I don't have theories about that. But I think an incident happened in the bunker when Chris was younger. I think Des was involved, and I think potentially that could have been the incident that got Asgore kicked off the police force. I don't know how he was involved, but clearly him and Carol have some kind of secret understanding where, like, where she's, like, still employing him because maybe she knows whatever happened wasn't his fault, or maybe he tried to save Des, or she feels bad for him. Either that, or she's fucking it. You decide. She keeps, like, paying his bills and inviting him round to her house when no one else is around. You decide. Chris? Chris, you're alright. I can't believe it actually worked. Also, if Ralsei knows everything, if Ralsei's known the whole prophecy this whole time, does Ralsei know that that me and Chris are separate beings? And Chris is kind of being controlled? We actually defeated a Titan. If we can do that, then... Chris? Where's Susie? Did Ralsei not expect us to defeat the Titan? Susie, wait! Uh-oh. Why, what's going off up there? Is the Titan corpse not safe to stand near? No. Oh, no, okay. No. Ralsei is freaking out because Ralsei... Well, firstly, we do know that the last prophecy, the story's end. We do know the story was ending soon because I think Toby's established that either Chapter 5 or Chapter 6 will be the final chapter. I think it's Chapter 6. The next chapter, the hint that we got from Eggman was the hint that you get from Eggman and the hint that you get from Gerson during his fight is that Chapter 5 will be, like, in, like, a field and, like, flowers and stuff. So a lot of people, I've seen people theorizing that the next Dark World portal is going to be in Asgore's flower shop. I think that's very believable. So we are nearing the end. However, oh no. Does Ralsei know that, like, one of us is gonna die soon, or something really horrible is gonna die soon, and he just wanted us to stand together for a bit longer before that has to happen? No. Susie, stop! The last prophecy, the story's end. She just wanted to talk to the old man. And then when all hope is lost for the tale. The final tragedy unveils. Susie's not gonna... To save the worlds, there is only one way. Susie, don't look! Susie, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, Shut up. Oh, okay. So it's not the old man. It's not that she can't look at the old man. It's that the final prophecy was down here. And Ralsei has admitted prior that he knows the entire prophecy, and he doesn't want to tell us because he thinks it would kind of, like, upset us too much or break our brains. He's like, just let me carry it. I know what happens in the end, and it's horrible, and I don't want you guys to know about it. Susie's found out. We and Chris don't know, but now both of them know. What would make Susie so upset? I don't think it would be her own death. I think it would more likely be Ralsei's death. Like, maybe it's like, in order for the world to go back to normal, all darkness have to die. Or something, you know? The dark worlds have to close up forever. I don't think it would be that Susie would be that upset about her own death. I think it's more likely that it would be Ralsei has to die, or all the darkness have to die. I mean, I kind of always assumed in the end of the game that the dark world would disappear. I just kind of assumed that would be the ending anyway. Or something to do with Noelle. Shut up. What the hell are you apologizing for? You heard about that? Seriously? Oh, or it is her own death and she doesn't care about her own death. This stupid prophecy. Like something like that would ever happen. I wouldn't let it happen. Chris wouldn't let it happen. And obviously you wouldn't let it happen. Oh, that's what I was saying. So. Oh my god, the extra animation frames when she turned around. Toby. That was so smooth. Why wouldn't you laugh? It's just stupid. So stop crying, okay? She's touching his chin. See, some people do ship all three of them, and then some people will be like, you can't Susie a lesbian, but it's never been established. She could be bisexual. All we know is that she liked girls. Everything's gonna be alright. Hey, Chris. Let's go seal the fountain, okay? Oh, Chris walked forward on his own, on their own. Susie? She's a really, really nice person, Chris. How can she be so kind? How? I'm sorry, Chris. I'm sorry I didn't say the whole prophecy at first. I thought if I said something different, if we did something different, if we were just kind enough, perhaps by the time we got here, it would change. But no matter what we do, our fate. I think that's also... So Toby has said that whether you do pacifist or genocide, you'll get the same ending. And I think that's also what Ralsei's alluding to, that the prophecy will... That prophecy will be the same, whether you do the pacifist or the genocide route. However, I don't think it's fair to say that the game isn't different. I think it fundamentally will change things, because obviously it will change who Chris is as a person. It definitely will change who Noelle is. And it changes, like, who you've saved. You know? Oh, fate. It's already decided. Oh, she got blood on your cheek when she took... Toothpaste boy! Let me get that. Oh, no. No! Chris! You have control of yourself. I can't control your movements right now. What are you going to do? I'm sorry, don't look at me. I don't mean to always make everything about me. I'm sorry, Everything's okay, Chris. Look, I'm smiling. Oh, I wanted Chris to hug them. It's okay not to smile. Oh! I didn't make them hug them, though. I just chose what to say. Can I take that as a Chris chose to hug him of his own choice? Like, Chris chose to hug him of their own choice? Chris? You... I'm scared. It's getting harder and harder. To just stand there smiling all the time. To be the one pretending I'm not afraid too. But being with you two, the more I'm with you two, the more I realize friendship isn't just about being happy all the time. It's something far, far greater than I could have imagined. I want to believe again. I want to believe it can change. That there isn't just one ending. Oh, but Toby Fox said there was one ending no matter what route you pick. Susie's hope. Her naive hope. It's infectious, isn't it, Chris? So until we see fate with our own eyes, let's believe too. Chris, you can go to the fountain now. Susie's waiting. You always have to check. You never fucking know with these games. When I walked backwards in Undertale, it was purely on a whim because I didn't want to end the game yet. I had no idea Azrael was going to be there. So I'm never going to not backtrack because I don't... Okay, no. Seems the way's blocked. You put out your hand. And just out of view. Just perfectly out of view. Another hand pressed against yours. Fuck off. And pushed you back. Eggman? See, it was worth going back. Either Chris stopped us going back, or somebody else did. Sorry, I just like, oh, the texture's still in the glass even though it's broken. Only then will the world be saved. Or the worlds. Worlds plural. Light and dark, maybe, but I don't have high hopes. Hey, Chris. Can I tell you a stupid dream I have? No matter what, I want to keep being friends with you and Ralsei. When the sun comes up again, I want tomorrow to be the same as yesterday. And the next day to be just the same as that. That in the end, we can always go back to the way things were before. Well, I can always boot up another save. Hello, Julia. I beat the final boss of Chapter 4. I don't know how much longer I'll be playing, because I don't know if there's a walk around town segment, so we'll have to go find out. But I shouldn't be streaming for much longer. Maybe like an hour. I have something I want to show you. Because, well, I was like, sometimes I accidentally scroll on my phone. If you swipe, left on a home screen on a Samsung, it will take you to like Google Chrome and like show you clickbait articles and stuff. And I get annoyed because I swipe that way accidentally all the time. But this time it actually showed me something that there's a Sanrio collab, and well, there's a thing, and I saw it, and I thought your mom might like it, and I was like, maybe I could get it for her for Christmas, but the store doesn't ship to the UK. It only ships to America and Mexico and Canada. So if I got it, I'd have to ship it to you, and then either you keep it and wrap it up for me for her, or would it be weird if I just bought her a gift just because, and then I still get her something else for Christmas, and I just were to order her a gift to your PO box just because? Or would that be like really weird? You can text me. You don't have to tell me on stream. I've been in wait mode all day. I'm like, I need permission. It wouldn't be weird. I'm gonna show everyone what it is. Cause it's stinking cute. And it's limited edition. This is also why it's like I'm not waiting till Christmas. I was like, we'll see, maybe I'll ship it to Julia depending on like how much money the shipping is, and then I was like, oh, the Sanrio store doesn't ship to the UK. This is why I tell Julia all the time, like, when we don't get much Sanrio stuff here compared to you. Even the online store doesn't ship here. Let me try and sort this out. So it's a collab with a thing that she likes, and I was like, do you think sorry we're doing this on stream, it's been on my brain all day, let me get it out. It's a little twin. Yeah, don't mind the NHS listing for repetitive strain injury. You got both of them in the little pie. Because Julia's mom likes OG 80s strawberry shortcakey. I was like, it's limited edition! Also, can I just say, the Sanrio store, they have no Batsmaru stuff. They have no Batsmaru stuff. Like, if you select only show me Batsmaru, it's all the stuff is like Batsmaru with Hello Kitty, Batsmaru with all the other characters. They have no solo Batsmaru stuff. They've got solo Panda Apple, they've got solo Peckle, Monchichi, Charmy Kitty, like Wish Me Mel, my friend, like way less main characters. Like Batsmaru's on the main Hello Kitty and Friends merch. But the Sanrio.com store doesn't have any, no, it doesn't have any Batsmaru plushies. Not that I mean, I clicked on, because you can search by character, and I searched by Batsmaru. Nothing. They got Cimarron dressed as a little pumpkin for Halloween. But they don't have Batsmaru dressed as a little pumpkin for Halloween. I don't get it. No, the version of Strawberry Shortcake I had growing up, I watched the early 2000s cartoon where she still has, like, pink hair, pink hat, pink shirt, and then I think she has, like, jeans. The current version of Strawberry Shortcake I really hate. Where she's, like, no hat! And just, like, this big pink ponytail. It kind of reminds me a bit of, like, you know, the official human My Little Pony? Like, the human doll My Little Ponies? That's what it's giving, but, like, shorter. And I don't like that for Strawberry Shortcake. 2003 version? Probably. If she had, like, short hair and, like, a pink hat and, like, pants, and not a dress. I watched that as a kid. It used to air on Milkshake on Channel 5 in the morning, next to Elmo's Whirl. Yeah, they're crusty doll girls, that's what it's called, yeah. It kind of looks like that, but if they were like chibi, if they had really short limbs. Well, she might get a little surprise then. Just for being nice to me. Because I saw it and I was like, I like getting things for people. It's like, I know I could order it to you and then just be like, Julia, can you keep this in your room till Christmas and wrap it up? But like, I'm really bad when it comes to hanging on to gifts and waiting to give them to people. I'm like, I want to give it people now! Anyway, back to the game. I don't have to say anything back, Chris. Mostly because you can't talk. I know. You're thinking the same thing. Aren't you, dumbass? Susie's smile, which seemed to defeat everything, shined on in front of you, and for a moment, it was as if all the darkness had been blown away. As if in imitation, your soul began to glow. Chris walks forward on their own to do that. Every time I have to do it. It's the law. Do we get overworld time? Can I go check on how Metaton is doing? Fucking his, I mean, having a TV. Or do we have to go in the... Toriel? Oh no, I know. I realized I have seen a spoiler. I know where Toriel is. Because I saw people absolutely livid saying she's like a shitty parent. Because of where Mama is. Gotta find Mama. I know where she is. I know who she's with. And some people were like, your kids were worried about you and you were doing this. And I'm like, I don't know. I'm not gonna be out here being like, oh, she's an abusive parent. Let's not. However, is it upsetting for Chris? Absolutely. Absolutely. And maybe don't lie to your kids about what you are. I don't know. Like, is it gonna be upsetting for Chris to see 100%? Don't you worry. Hey, Night? Chris. Was Toriel even... Let's just go. I don't like the sounds. The organ. No reason to play it now. It's a door a large person could fit inside. You turned the doorknob. You didn't do anything else. Chris won't open the door. Chris won't do it. No, they're all the same. Okay. I just don't trust the egg window. Yeah, was she not at choir practice or something? Well, you know, the whole time, all the kids, you know, Susie and Chris have been worried sick. They only ran because Toriel wasn't there, right? That's what she said. That's where she said she was gonna be. And they thought that she was gonna die this whole time. I know that chord. That's It's Raining Somewhere Else from Undertale. I've played that on the piano. I know that first chord. That's very slowed down, but that's It's Raining Somewhere Else. Those are the chords from... So It's Raining Somewhere Else is a song that plays in Undertale when Sans takes you to that restaurant and discusses, like, your journey so far and also him meeting Toriel and doing the not jokes through the door. I love that piece of music. It's slowly introducing the other instruments. This is so cool. Smells nice after the rain. Hey Susie, do you want to remember the old man with me? Oh my god, it is! It's literally introducing all the different backing instrumentals. Are we gonna get the main melody on the next loop? Oh, this is such a nice arrangement of just slowly introducing each instrument from the track. Just the chords, then the percussion, then the bass, now the little extra melody. Are we gonna get the main melody soon? Sorry, I'm stopping because I just want to listen to the music. That's new. Is that the end of the loop? Oh, you cock tease! Alright. The bench is wet. No! Susie, read the bench! It's the Gerson Boom Memorial Bench! I guess she didn't learn the old man's name. Gerson, renowned historian, author, and teacher. That's also okay. It's a greystone, it's kind of hard to read in the dark. Oh, but Gerson's wasn't? Why wasn't Gerson's? Because does Chris know it off by heart? Yeah, I'm sure most things are probably closed. Oops. I'm gonna do the bunker I'd also love to find a save point. It's late. Why don't we just go home? Okay. No going back to Castletown. What do you mean it's closed? It's a hospital. It shouldn't close. I want to check everything anyway. Police tape is flimsy and wet. It's a hospital. I mean, I guess visiting hours can be over, but it shouldn't be closed. Papyrus? It's quiet inside. Peek in. Yes. Zigzag road, flat screen TV, regular looking kitchen. It's a bit messy, but nothing special. But you said there was a tussle of bones! No response. Oh! Oh, no more milk for Susie! And some of the flowers are gone. After, well, I mean, you know what? That's probably for the best. That's probably for the best. Let's go to your house. Maybe even what let us do. I'm just worried if I go, and I hate that worry with Deltarune where it's like, I don't know if I go in this location if it's gonna lock me out of doing other stuff. A lot of the times there's two paths, and path A will play a cutscene that will then lock you, and you won't, will then lock the door behind you, and you won't be able to go back to go to path B. And path B is just an extra little fun thing where there's an item, but you don't know in advance which path is gonna be which. Hope he's not still out here. Oh no, that's so sad! It's a cardboard stand to replace the pizza place while it's closed. Somehow it's even more sad. It wilted like a cartoon flower. I mean, what is clear is Burger Pants is getting catfished by Braddy. But instead of doing it from her phone, she's put an ice cream guy up to it. But that ice cream guy does actually genuinely like Burger Pants, and which is cute because people ship them in Undertale. And that would be our first, like, gay male couple. We've had lesbian. Oh no, that's not true. That's not true, because the knight's from Undertale. He knew what I was saying. Some kind of scratching and hissing from inside. Hey. Hey. Knocking might wake somebody up. Fuck you! But it does only block. You can only see through the basement window. A corkboard is covered with tons of papers and documents litter the floor. Asgore's got a conspiracy theory board. He knows something. Hey, it's never too late to say hi to a friend, though, right? The wet picnic table glistens in the moonlight. It's never too late to say hi to a friend, right? Yes! Aww. Maybe there's no friend. Maybe it's just chill time. Maybe Onion-san's having a nap. Aww. You hear that? No? Sounds like someone's playing a song out there. Didn't Onion-san say something about a song? I don't remember. You know, on the other side of the lake. I don't hear it. Why would you tell me? Why would there be dialogue for that, though? I'm suspicious. Did Chris's head just move? Am I going crazy? Did Chris just turn to look a bit at Susie? I might be going crazy. I swear I thought Chris's head just turned. And that now they're staring at Susie. Oh, they did! What? I got something on my face or something? They did! Blush, 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 hush, hush, hush. I think Chris has a big fat crush. Say what's on your mind? Huh? Why are you talking with your mouth closed? Oh, Chris doesn't want to say what's on their mind? But Chris, open up to people, you'll feel better in the long run. I wonder how many interactions there are out here. Oh, having the heat pad on my shoulders making my whole body feel like way too warm. Guess we should go. Chris? Come on, we can't just sit here forever. Chris. Don't howl. Howl. Does anything happen if you go back? No, I can feel like it's making me like feel really sweaty, and which makes me feel gross. I think that's probably it. Okay. I do want to do the... Fuck. I think home is the final thing, so I do want to go check out the bunker before... There's a cat flap. It's locked. Somehow. It's an ornate gate. It appears to be locked. Alright, let's go do bunker. There's no save point out here, so let's just hope for the best. Oh! Music's still playing here, though. It used to be that music stopped once you got to this point. Okay, it stopped now here. Is that louder than it used to be? No closer to opening this thing, huh? Tomorrow. Tomorrow we have to do something. We have to. Yeah, Undyne's still down there. Sorry, I started doing that to watch Susie move. Okay. Let's go home. By walking, I guess we should walk on the sidewalk. I've never- oh, never mind it, we start you in the middle of the road. The lights are on. It's your mom's van and her van's here. Like, I mean, she could have walked. The lights are on. So, do you mind if I... Look at Chris looking down at the floor and now turning away. Chris? So, on one hand, go get it, Troya. Fuck that skeleton. On a second hand, you told your child you were going to choir practice when actually you stayed home and got drunk with the new neighbor. Meanwhile, you weren't where you told your children you were going to be, and so your kids got really worried and thought you might have died. Also, you've got a kid from a you're divorced from your husband. Quite that's what people are calling it now. Chris is like looking at the floor. That's not Chris's usual head thing. Because, think about it from Chris's perspective. Your mom and your dad are split up. Maybe Chris wants them back together, I don't know. Regardless, it's gonna be hard for them. And they come back after thinking their mom might have been dead for hours. To their mom being drunk. And dancing away like without a care in the world. With someone who's not his dad, right? Someone that's not Chris's dad. I'm like, good for you. Maybe you could have told Chris to go stay at Asgore's overnight, though. You know, maybe you could have... And then you could have done this. I just feel bad for Chris walking in on it, you know? Oh, good song, sure. But there are some people who've really been going off, like, Toriel's the worst mother ever, she's just so abusive. It's like, okay, bit too far. But... there's better options? Oh, no! I like Tori and Sans. I thought they were cute together in Undertale. But... yeah, I mean, like, she was tossing a wine glass around and now she's so visibly drunk, her cheeks are like red. I'm not comfy with that. Like, get it, Toriel, but also mom your kids. Exactly, like, just go tell Chris to go stay the night at Asgore's because you want to go on a date. That's what you gotta do. Just be, like, imagine if Chris went out and told you like, they'd be somewhere and then they weren't, you'd, like, ground them. I have not danced the jitterbug like this in ages. Well, you aren't bugging me, so jitter away. Why? Why didn't the skeleton have anybody to dance with? Chris is like not even looking at Susie because he had no body to dance with. Good one. Not only did you totally botch that joke, but I'm dancing with you, so it doesn't make any sense. Oh, she's drunk. Are we, interrupting something? Oh! Chris! Susie! Oh my god. Tori. Your kid doesn't want to walk on... isn't okay with finding out you have a boyfriend like this. Like, you need to tell them. This isn't a good way for them to find out. Also, you're drunk, and your kid doesn't necessarily want to walk in on that either. Like... did she not expect Chris to come home? Did she just get so drunk that she lost track of time? Cause like, it's dark. By this point, she should have been like, where the fuck are my kids? Why aren't they home yet? Yeah, I'm including Susie as her kid. No, you aren't interrupting anything. We were looking for you at the church and... oh, sorry. I cancelled choir practice today due to the rain. The weather was so bad and... Chris! Susie? Have you met Mr. Sans? Hey. Yeah, Chris can't even look anyone in the eye. Oh, Susie, did you want to stay over again? You could just sleep in, Asriel's bed. What's Chris's response to that? I think I gotta be going, actually. No! Susie, Chris needs you! Oh, alright, but I get this isn't a comfy... see you later, honey! I mean Susie. Oh my god, oh, this is making me uncomfortable. Later. Maybe Susie just doesn't want to be around someone who's drunk, and I can't blame her. Chris's head immediately went to the ground as soon as Susie left. Chris, is Susie okay? Hey, she'll be fine. I'm sure she'll figure it out or figure it all out. Meanwhile, let's get back to business. Sans. Okay, no, I think Sans is an asshole. Chris, what about you? You want a party? They just came back to find their mum dating a man that maybe they thought was their friend, like, dating a new man without being told and drunk. Chris, party, board games! Oh my god, they can't even look. And hey, we don't gotta just do disco dancing, kid. You're drunk, and you lied about where you'd be. We can play some brand new music too. How about we pump up the tunes? Pump up the tunes, pump the tunes, pump the tunes! Chris, where are you going? You're going to bed already? There are pancakes in the fridge if you want them, dear. Good night, honey. Yeah, that's Chris walking away, not me. Hey, Chris, let's get some pancakes. There's a bottle of ketchup inside the fridge! How long have you been fucking my mom? Oh, she's fine. Sorry I wasn't here, honey. It started pouring so suddenly. I just had to duck into the convenience store and... Well, Mr. Sands was just so much fun that... Who gives a damn about choir practice? Let's sing right now. Sands, can you beatbox? Been doing it the whole time. Chris, feel free to harmonize with Sands on the rum-tum-a-tums. Or do you want to go to bed? Oh, phew. It said there was pancakes in the fridge, but if there are, we can't get them. There's just ketchup in there. You should probably just go to bed. I'm sorry I made you go back, Chris. I wanted to know, but I didn't want to do that to you. Oh god, they're gonna be a mess. Oh no! No, are they blaring music where their child who has school in the morning is trying to sleep? The heart's back in the cage. Oh my god, they can't sleep. Troy! And you think Asgore's the irresponsible parent? Chris, just go to your dad's. Chris, I swear to god, just run away from him and go to your dad's. I don't care if you have to sleep on the floor. Was that Susie? Whose voice is that? It is. Thank you for coming back. Save us. Can we sleep at yours? I mean, your parents might also be abusive. At the very least, they seem neglectful. We aren't gonna let that happen. Or is Susie just still outside mumbling? Right? Oh, she looks so pretty. Oh no! I thought she was gonna come rescue us. Chris didn't see it. The soul is in the birdcage again. Carol. Chris, what are you gonna... So we've established we think it's Carol Hawley on the phone. Chris. I mean, or it's Gaster, but... Don't forget Chris. So either it's Gaster and they made some kind of deal before the start of the game. You promised. Or it's Des. Or it's Des or the Knight on the end. And okay, if Chris is secretly helping the Knight or secretly helping someone evil, then I would think it's only because... Itoki Hana's the vocals? Oh my god, that makes so much sense. That does sound like her. Itoki Hana's made some fan Undertale songs before. She like made a version of Toriel's theme that she wrote lyrics to and sang. Oh man. So... either it's Carol Holiday on the phone, which would make sense how Carol knew Susie was there because Chris rang them and told them. It's the Knight, but it only makes sense if it's the Knight. Well done. It only makes sense if it's the Knight if the Knight is Des. The halfway mark has been attained. You said there's only 2 more chapters. But it is still waiting. Gaster, just you. How much longer now? My deltarune. To be continued in chapter 5. 2026! He said the thing! Is this gonna be the same? I was joking! Wait. Is it getting fucked up? The music's different. I was joking! I didn't think it was gonna actually be different. I was about to skip it and I was like, don't, what if it's different? Right! Wait. Did it not wait. Was there a save point that I didn't see? Because it doesn't say that I did any of that. There was no save point afterwards. After that whole time, the fountain climb and the spawn fight and the titan fight, there was no save point. So it still thinks the last time I played was before the final boss. What does that mean for chapter 5? As far as it's aware, does it know that I've beaten the final boss? Don't tell me I did all that and I've got to do it again. That's the time I had before I started playing today. So none of it got recorded. So what does that mean? Is that fine? I mean, I guess I didn't get any items from the final fight. So maybe it doesn't matter? Because I didn't win like a glow shard or anything from it. But I don't love that. But I know in the other chapters the save point isn't like at home with Toriel, it's like but it's before the final boss. I know it never saves you at the credits before, but like it always saves you after the final boss, so you're not having to do that again. Doesn't it? I guess it doesn't matter because I didn't get any items for it, and if I start chapter 5 they'll just assume I beat chapter 4. Or the plot will continue on from then. But then does it not matter that I beat the Titan? Could I have just watched someone else beat it, and then load up chapter 5 with this save file? I'd still have all my items. Did I not need to do that? Could I just have watched someone else do it? Because I didn't get any items from that point. Do you not need to have to beat the Titan? Is that meant to be like a meta thing, like how Ralsei says it doesn't matter what you do, the ending's the same? I could have not played that fight and still done chapter 5 and it been completely fine. Because I didn't get any extra items after the boss. So you're telling me I cried multiple days over not being able to beat that, when all along I could have watched someone else done it, I could have watched someone else beat it, and it would have had the same exact effect on my game. No, it's fine, it's not like I had a mental breakdown about it or anything. Chapter 4 has pissed me off so many times. Have to beat the Titan because in order to access new chapters you need to have finished the chapter in at least one save file. At least on the Switch version it shows little stars. Well, let me go back to the chapter select and see if there's stars then. There's a single star. But there's 3 stars on this one. Is it like 1 star for the boss and 1 star for the secret boss? But then why has this one got like 2 full ones and an empty one? Oh, okay. So it did register there. Oh, this goes up to 7. I thought Toby had said it was going to be 6. Gerson said there was 5 chapters and then the finale, but this is 7. I know it's been 7 since the beginning, but I thought maybe he changed his mind because of just other stuff that had been said. Because the Eggman only gives you 5 days of egg hints. The Eggman's, which is chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter 3 and 4 take place on the same day. No. Chapter 1, chapter 2 and 3 take place on the same day, and then chapter 4, chapter 5 and chapter 6, that's right, 1, 2, 3, 4. So up to chapter 6 is 5 days. So the Eggman gives... Does he have 5 days of hints? Oh no, that lines up. Okay, so there's 5 days of Eggman and 5 chapters of Gerson's book, and then chapter 7 I guess is like the epilogue. So that's fine. No, there's 4 days of egg hint. There's 4 days of egg hints. Never mind. So either there will be no egg in 6, or that's just Toby hasn't planned out where the next Eggy's gonna be. But it's not a Deltarune game if there's not an egg. Do I have a delicious egg on me? I have a delicious egg on me right now. I didn't get to put it anywhere because the game wouldn't let me into any building. I don't think there's anywhere I could have put the egg. I couldn't go anywhere. So I've just slept with the egg in my pocket, I guess. If I was meant to put the egg somewhere, I did not know that. Prince, why are you going back into Deltarune? Well, I'm not, it crashed. Okay. Because I'm going back to save file number 3. Which I left off back here. Oh, Rosie, did you find and do the mic fight, by the way? You were more difficult than I anticipated. The song changed at the last minute. Do you know where it is? I can't remember if you figured out where it is. We play tonight? Okay. Well, you know, we'll have a little play. Have a little cool down. I don't know if I've seen what hard mode looks like before. Okay, I can do these as well. I can do arrow keys, it doesn't have to be X and Z. What is Poku and Larity? Who are they? Okay, hang on. I wasn't ready. I felt like my calibration was off at one point when I was playing it, but then it seemed to get fixed. So we'll see. Maybe I just need to play easy mode first to remember how it goes, because I've... No, it feels responsive. Why am I slow? I'm not bad at rhythm games. Like, it's to the melody. Like, I know what Razorbat sounds like. Why am I missing so many? Unless it's not to the rhythm of that melody, and it's like a slightly different rhythm that I haven't picked up on. And does Rossi shirt have an axolotl on it? I'm missing those. song goes like. This might be hitting my shoulder. That wasn't great. It wasn't terrible, it wasn't great. A B maybe? Maybe a C. Wow! A! Oh! Sorry. No, Slay, yes, I didn't, I was like, wow, S8, I almost was like, wow, S8, wait, that, not that, I mean, I got an S rank and an A rank. Think about what things sound like before you say them out loud. I don't know if TV time was difficult for me on normal mode, but, oh no, I put normal up, I clicked normal. Almost like a little axolotl, right? Right, hard mode. I just don't listen to this song, so I don't really like it. I'm sorry. I don't hate this bit. But there's a later bit that I just really don't like. This bit. I just literally mean the sound of the song. I don't like this bit, sorry. It's just my taste. I think it sounds too cheesy. Doesn't mean I think if you like the song, you're silly. It's just not for me. I don't think I like any new music in Chapter 3. I don't like Raising Your Bat that much either, I'm sorry. I like some of the stuff in Chapter 4, but I don't know if there's anything in Chapter 3 I like. I actually ended up being kind of disappointed by the music. I think so much of it was the little 8-bit RPG game, right? And so the music was confined to sound like an old Super Nintendo kind of music. Which was fine, it wasn't bad. But it's not music like I'm gonna re-listen to pump myself up, you know? If that makes sense. Cute, works well in the game, but I'm not gonna go re-listen to any of the little you know, in-universe Tiny Legend of Zelda songs. Sorry if I'm talking loud, it's because, like, it's hard to talk normally while doing this. Oh, my eyes. Yeah, Chapter 3 had a lot of very short songs. A lot of mini themes that Tenna... Oh my god, I'm sure my eyes are scrolling. If I look at games... Hey! If I look at games that, like, scroll up a lot, that just scroll the whole time, I don't know if other people get this, where your whole vision looks like it's scrolling afterwards because he was staring at it so hard. Give me a second before I read chat. Had a lot of very mini themes of the mini games that Tenna had Chris play the other chapters, but also, oh, it is absolutely, it's definitely very charming. It is very Link's Awakening. But they're just not songs that I'm gonna re-listen to. They're perfectly fine and functional in the game. It's not like while I was playing the game I was like, oh, this is boring because of the music. It's just, I bought the soundtrack, but pretty much all actually, you know, that's not true. There's one song from Chapter 3 that I do listen to, which is so weird because I remember when I was playing it, and the song was on, I didn't like it while I was playing it. I was like, really? We're not getting a whole new boss piece of music, we're just getting a remix of the previous fight music. That's kind of boring, kind of disappointing. Yes, and that's how I felt when I played the game. And then at post-game, I listened to it again, I was like, I had it all on shuffle, and Ruda Buster came on, and I was like, wait, this kind of slaps though. And now I really love Ruda Buster, and I really love a lot of the fan-made remixes of Ruda Buster. Yeah, that's the one. I don't know why I didn't like it so much. I think maybe just because I expected a new theme, and I was disappointed, but it's not bad. Okay, S on easy, A on hard, S on easy, A on hard. I got A on easy on this one, because it was difficult. It's the most difficult stage, and I also didn't expect... I thought it would... I was like, I know this track. I've played Chapter 2. It's a new version. So, like, partway through, I was like, I've got this. It changed into, like, a song I'd never heard before. Because this is a new version of the song, and I was like, I don't know what's happening now. So maybe I'll try and redo normal mode first, because I haven't listened to this version of Killer Queen that much, or whatever the fuck it's called. So I'll practice the normal version first. I think it's quite long as well. Oh, we're doing so well. And then I started thinking about how well I was doing. This is the new bit here. I think. Yeah, here. And then this is kind of normal. might have been better than last time. Oh, my eyeballs. I felt better. I don't think it's S rank though, I think I made too many mistakes. I don't know how perfect you have to be for S rank. Yeah. S rank might be like, make 0 mistakes, or it might be like, make 3 mistakes. I don't know what the... I made 12 mistakes, I think it said. Hard mode! How much faster can it get? Because it really felt like the other one was as fast as it could be, like as many notes as they could. Ah. This isn't gonna be. I shouldn't play another round because it is hitting my shoulder to like press so intensely because I get so into rhythm games. Oh, I missed 76 notes. C. B. I will take it. I've had a go at every stage now. I did my best. Let's save my scores. Hi guys. Oh god, I forgot about the mouse. Oh, wait, no! Spoilers, Rocio! Shit! Leave! Well, I forgot it changed because I beat them. Do you, Rocio, do you want to leave? Or do you, the spoilers in that room. I forgot. It's been like a month since I played. I forgot, I'm sorry. I'm just gonna have a little go on each of the minigames. Before I sign off. Because I'll probably never play them again. Bye, Rocio. Huh? Blech. I forgot how this works. I forgot how this works. Oh, it is a volume thing. Maybe I should turn my microphone off then, because this is not, again, this isn't great to do on stream, so basically it, like, you can see my TP, I've gone with this volume thing here. But, like, that sucks for you guys, because it means if I want to play the game good and get all the way to the top, I have to scream in your ear. So I'm gonna turn my mic off while I play this. Okay, yeah, no, I don't actually understand how you play. I should probably watch a video. So, I have fuel. I can also grab, am I just meant to, like, what am I meant to do with the blue cats? I think talking constantly is, like, what ups my fuel. But what am I meant to do with the blue cats? Like, do I just hold, like, what do I do with the blue cats? I don't understand. Like, obviously I can go, I don't know if I go faster the louder that I talk or the more consistently like, I've thrown him away. Should I keep him? How long do I keep him for? What does keeping him do? Oh, now he's orange. Do I let him go now that he's yellow? Like, yellow even. And now I'm out of fuel. Do I let him go once he goes yellow? I don't understand. Okay, well, I just, like, tapped on the microphone non-stop. Oh, sorry. I tapped on the microphone non-stop while I was playing, and I seemed to get further, and the cat changed color again. I don't know what that did, though. Like, all it says is, avoid Batat and get cats with mouse. Ball speed makes blue cat combined for rare cat. What does that mean? So, do I throw the cats on top of other cats? Hang on. Oh wait, I can invert volume? Does that mean oh, that means I'm automatically going at all times. Okay, so this means I'm uncontrollably going fast. Okay, I'm uncontrollably going, now I have a yellow cat. Oh, okay. Oh, I hold cat over the top of other cat. Huh. I'll be quiet. No, I failed to grab cat. What's happening? Ah! Okay, so if you invert volume, it'll think if I'm not talking that I'm at max speed. Okay. Oh, I crashed. Shit. Okay. So yes, hold cat over other cat to make better cat, and then I can let cat go and cat will destroy rock. Oh, cat on fire. Okay. I guess I got a new high score, so that's fine. I wondered what I'd done. They blush if I put them next to each other, because I put him here. I tried to put him in the slot and it didn't work. Oh my god. It's canon, they're polyamorous. They're all blushing now. What was your game? I forgot. Oh! It's cat basketball. But I couldn't throw them very far. Is it because I need to, like... If I yell, does it extend my arm out? Ah! Oh no! I should probably do this with the microphone off as well to test. Oh, I got another cat! Okay, I'm gonna do it with the mic off. I beat my high score at the last second. So yes, the louder you are, the bigger the hole gets. And finally, I remember this one. This is the only one I do remember. I have shoes. Come here. Take you to safety. Come here. Huh. I am heart with feet. I must pick up cat. Drop cat in basket. No get heart hit by raindrop. Or die! Have 3 lives. Just like cat. Ah! Have 2 lives. Have 1 life. Give me cat. Give me sky cat. And then when I'm like, oh no, I didn't mean to go that way, my legs do like a splits. I just waited under here for a while. Huh? Huh? Danger, the something levels are rising. Ah! Can do better. Alright, 2 here. Save kitties. Kitties cannot get wet. And also, apparently, when they fall from the sky and touch the ground, they turn into water, even though these ones are walking on the ground just fine. Hup. Uh-oh. Cat. Ah! Ooh. Hoo-hoo. Careful. Give Sky Cat here. I don't know, no, volume, yes, the thing is, you know why this is the best minigame? Because it doesn't have the stupid volume controls. You're just using a mouse. It's great. It's almost like having a minigame controlled by the volume of your voice is terrible. No one wants to scream like that into the microphone. And again, it's not very accessible if someone is non-verbal or mute. How do they play that? Well, I guess they just have to, like, use one of their hands to hit something again. Ah, fuck. I started rambling and I lost a life. I guess they just, instead of screaming, have to just hit something against the microphone. I guess you could, like, turn on a fan. Put it up right next to your mic. It's just, it's not... What if you don't have a microphone? What about that? What if you don't have a microphone? What if you're just playing for fun, and you have a PC, and you don't have a microphone? I guess most, you know, a lot of people have laptops, you know, a lot of people have webcams that have built-in microphones. But I don't know if deltarune says you will need a microphone to play this game, you know? Huh. Oh, right. Oh, right, the red ones are homing missiles. Oh, the red ones are homing missiles, and they can get through my shelter. They done got me. How do you dodge that? Unless it's just like, once the red shows up, maybe they go away once you get cat? I don't know if this is my high score. Ah. Oh, I don't know what the bomb does. Oh, I was close. I was not too far away from my last high score. Yeah, remember happier times? Remember when this was the game? God, I remember when this was the— Hey! When my son! My son! That he's handsome. You know, I was like, you know how I was like earlier, I was like, yeah, well if Ralsei dies, that's kind of what I expected. I kind of expected all the darkness to just die in the end and that the dark world had to... Like, even though Ralsei said like both worlds have to coexist, I kind of assumed, if not die out at the very least, all the connection between the two would disappear. It'd be nice if they like integrated. But now I realised I'm not cool with that. Because my son's a darkner. Ha! Oh, where's the bakery going? Oh, the Lancer, I just want to hear his voice. Lots of cookies for the organic free range Lancers, free. I'm already took you a cookie. Wait, I'm still regenerating for the last one. But if you get stronger, Lancer cookies never falter. Always relatable, always reliable. They will heal you in times of need. Maybe if you need to be healed by 1 HP. My little boy. I think I see that. My little boy. It's my little boy. Alright. And that was deltarune so far. Where can we... Let's chill in here. Chill in the cat cafe. Well, gang, that was deltarune. I did it. I want dinner now. It's 7:30. I keep resting my shoulder. It hurt a lot today. It doesn't hurt as bad as it did at the start of the stream, but I don't feel great. Next game. I know I said I'd play Undertale Yellow. I've been saying it for a while. I'd love to get back into Hades as well. I just don't know if my PC can do it anymore. Wow, Cinnamon, thank you so much for the resub. Wait, let me check you something. No. Julia not stream today, but Julia will stream tomorrow. Wait. Yes, Julia will stream tomorrow, and Tuesday, and Wednesday, and Friday. Oh, Green, I hope you're not late for something important. So, you catch Julia over there. Stage 1 of the Art Fight theme poll for 2026 is out. hang on. Artfight 2026 theme, Paul, Stage 1, which is going to be the 10th year, the 10th anniversary of Artfight.net, the website, not Artfight overall, it existed on the forum before that. Their main watch as the user base, whether they'd like to celebrate with us in a possible form of a rematch. Would you like to bring back one of the old themes? Stage 1 users will get to choose whether they'd like a brand new theme or revisit an old theme with a new splash of paint. Stage 2 users will be able to rank their favourite themes as normal. Be aware of that if the old themes are chosen, recent themes from the past 3 years will not be included. But those are the only years that I've been taking part! What would you prefer, a new theme or an old? I mean, I get it's the 10th anniversary, so having a rematch could seem like... I get wanting to make it different because it's a 10th anniversary, so you'd want to, like, do something different. But I like that when it shows what teams I've been in, that it's a different one every year. I don't think I want to... I don't know that I want to be on the same team again. I feel like it's like... I get they couldn't think... I get they're trying to be like, well, it's 10th anniversary, so we should do something different. And it's like... Maybe attacks could be worth double points or something. I don't know. I don't know what you would do. But... maybe everyone gets an extra achievement for taking part this year. I don't think I want to redo an old theme. Even, like, yes, are there themes from previous years that I'm like, oh, I wish I'd got to take part in that one. That would have been cool. Yes. But do I want to bring it back then? No, because I think I'll get confused. Like, the Dream Nightmare one, I really liked the aesthetics of. And I wasn't playing back then. However, I don't think I want to bring one back. I think new theme. My Artfight account email address is this. Submit. That's what I voted. You can vote whatever you want. Also, people don't know they're, like, closing down the... they're not deleting the Discord, but they are, like, locking all of the channels. And also, the website's gonna be in read-only mode for all of September, I think it is. So you won't be able to upload new characters or edit characters or anything. So yeah, okay, eats for me. Maybe Julia time. Thank you for stream. I needed the distraction from my anxiety. Maybe stream tomorrow? I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing tomorrow. I need to figure that out. But I'll try and pick up streaming a bit more. Maybe Hades will reopen. That'd be nice. And then those of you who are like, I don't know if I want to play Hades or not, you can have a look at me playing it on easy mode and see what you think. I mean, obviously I've already beaten the final boss multiple times. I just haven't finished, and I finished some parts of the main story. So I will say, warning, you'll get spoilers. Like, I have already where I'm at with my game. I don't know what to say, because I'm like, I don't know if you guys are going in blind. A certain character is already back in the House of Hades, let's say that. But I have not yet reached party time. I've reunited, but I haven't done party time yet. And I haven't finished some of the side quests either. Achilles and can't smooching again yet. Definitely. Yeah, I can't remember. I was just doing more and more runs and then obviously testing out things with the Pact of Punishment. I just need to meet characters more, that's where I'm at right now. Because I guess you could say I have beat the main game because I got the credits. So I guess that is the main game. But there's like, there's the party though. There's party time. I haven't got party time yet. But I have got the closing credits of the game. So I guess that counts as doing the main bit. And now I'm in like the epilogue, I suppose. don't know, maybe I'll turn the Pact of Punishment off because I haven't played in so long that I won't remember how to do it. It's been almost a year. But I'll see you guys at some point later this week. I hope my aches and pains get better. Because I sure do got a lot of stickers to cut out. Bye-bye.